allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
All right, on to our 5 principles of Cruiser PLC.
These are the 5 principles that drive our Cruiser professional learning community. They are: we focus on learning, we collaborate, we take responsibility, we ask what are the results, we decide what to do next.
Thank you so much. On to roll call.
Mr. Kirshner? Here. Mrs. Dowderberger? Mr. Bauer?
Here.
Ms. Gray?
Here.
And Ms. Walsh?
Here.
And before we move on, I do have a statement from Mrs. Gaudelberger. To my esteemed colleagues on the school board, please accept this message in place of my physical presence at Tuesday's meeting. I am honored that the Ohio School Board Association appointed me to serve on the Federal Legislative Advocacy Group to serve alongside school board members across our state advocating for support of public education to the federal government. I am one of 2 committee members representing our congressional district. This visit is a crucial opportunity to advocate for support and funding that impacts public education. During my time here, I am scheduled to meet with Senator Bernie Moreno, Senator John Husted, Congressman Mary's office, and during the meetings, the following areas will be discussed to understand both perspectives: the urgent need for mental health supports for our students, the impact of proposed cuts to Title I funding, and the importance of increasing federal funding for K-12 education, addressing the current and future state of child nutrition programs, including the Farm Bill priorities, request and discuss essential funding for teacher and principal training through Title II, Part A. We will be highlighting the critical issues of broadband connectivity, cybersecurity, and E-rate. Most importantly, pressing need for IDEA funding to receive its just due 40% obligation from the federal government as the Act turns 50 this year. I believe in the power of advocating for every federal dollar, as each one we secure is one less dollar we must spend locally. I'm deeply committed to this work and to ensuring that our district has the resources it needs to thrive. Mr. President, I'm requesting that it be recorded in the meeting minutes. I look forward to providing a full update upon my return. And on to our review of belief statement and board norms. We believe all cruisers are valuable. We will unconditionally serve, support, and inspire. Therefore, every cruiser will maximize their unique purpose, potential, and power to produce the results they want. As leaders of the district, we will always strive to support the mission and vision of the district, be prepared, informed, and ready for meetings, respect one another as elected representatives of the community, be open-minded and recognize one another's strengths, the value of diverse perspectives, and mutual commitment to the mission and vision of the district. Allow members to complete their thoughts and statements before others comment. Allow members to be heard and listen to all perspectives with an open mind. Stay focused on the task at hand and respectfully redirect each other when needed. Maintain confidentiality and communicate per board policies. Ensure trust and transparency in all dealings. And after a vote is cast, leave meetings united as one voice no matter the outcome. On to B, agenda approval.
So moved.
And I will second. Any discussion? Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirshner?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, on to public participation. We have none. Okay. On to recognitions and presentations.
Okay, we have a couple recognitions tonight. First one, superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board adopt the resolution recognizing September 11th as Patriot Day and National Day of Service and Remembrance.
So move.
Second.
Read it? Yep. By joint resolution approved December 18th, 2001, Public Law 107-89, Congress designated September 11th of each year as Patriot Day, and by Public Law 111-13 on April 21st, 2009, Congress has requested the observance of September 11th as an annually recognized National Day of Service and Remembrance. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, terrorists hijacked 4 civilian aircraft, crashing 2 of them into towers of the World Trade Center in New York City and a third into the Pentagon outside Washington, D.C. Whereas a 4th hijacked aircraft crashed in southwestern Pennsylvania after passengers tried to take control of the aircraft in order to prevent the hijackers from crashing the aircraft into an important symbol of democracy and freedom. Whereas these attacks were by far the deadliest terrorist attacks ever launched against the United States, killing thousands of innocent people, and whereas in the aftermath of the attacks, the people of the United States stood united in providing support for those in need. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Designation of September 11th as Patriot Day. Chapter 1 of Title 36 United States Code as amended by adding the following new section, Section 144 Patriot Day. Designation September 11th is Patriot Day. Proclamation, the President is requested to issue each year a proclamation calling on, number 1, the state and local governments, the people of the United States to observe Patriot Day with appropriate programs and activities. All departments, agencies, and instrumentalities of the United States and interested organizations and individuals display the flag of the United States at half-staff on Patriot Day in honor of the individuals who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attacks in the United States that occurred on September 11, 2001, and the people of the United States to observe a moment of silence on Patriot Day in honor of the individuals who lost their lives as a result of the terrorist attacks against the United States that occurred on September 11th, 2001. The Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education proclaims September 11th as Patriot Day and a National Day of Service and Remembrance. It's an action
Yep.
to
On to roll
accept the
call.
resolution.
Mr. Kirchner? Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Our second recognition tonight, the superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education adopt the following resolution recognizing September as National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month.
So moved. Second.
Resolution, Groveport Madison School District proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025, Latino Latinx Heritage Month to recognize Latina Heritage Month by honoring the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Mexico, Caribbean, Central and South America, Spain, Brazil, and other mestizo or indigenous groups. Whereas the National Hispanic Heritage Month, also known more inclusively as Latino, Latinx Heritage Month, was first observed in 1968 under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded to Hispanic Heritage Month by President Ronald Reagan and enacted into law an annual proclamation in 1988 to a month-long period starting September 15th. And whereas this law celebrates Hispanic and Latina Americans, the anniversaries of independence of the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, while Mexico and Chile are celebrate September 16th and 18th respectively, and National Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th and ends on October 15th. At the time of the proclamation, designation, the term Hispanic was used by the U.S. Census to describe people of Spanish-speaking origin and ancestry. To be more inclusive of multiple identities, indigenous, Brazilian, and others, the district has titled this celebratory month as Latino, Latinx Heritage Month. And whereas no matter the term one chooses to use, whether it be Latina, Latino, Latinx, or Chicano, Hispanic, we refer to those history as is rich with those who positively influenced and enriched our nation, our society, our community, our state, our schools through their work commitment to our community, have a deep value for social justice and liberty. And whereas throughout history and into current day, Latino, Latinx people have made significant contributions in fields such as education, government, science, law, medicine, entertainment, literature, sports, military, thereby enhancing and shaping the vibrancy of the United States, with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their communities. And whereas the Board of Education believes that each and every student is to be celebrated and appreciated for their distinct and vibrant contributions made by sharing cultures, language, ideas, beliefs, and values within the school community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education proclaims Latino Latinx Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2025.
On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner. Aye. Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Our next item, as you know, both in Groveport and throughout the state, we've implemented no cell phone policies in our schools. And we thought who better to hear from than to have our high school, middle school principals come in and talk about the cell phone policy, the implementation, what they're seeing, the trends. So I don't know if you're all coming up together or coming up one at a time, but if one of you want to come up and begin.
Hello, everybody. I'm Principal Altman at Groveport Madison High School. I know that our middle school principals here will also share their data, but when it comes to the high school, the first slide, so I wanted to just kind of start off. First off, I could never have probably anticipated such a great start to the school year thus far. Truly in our building, the culture is exactly where I envisioned it could possibly be a few years ago when I inherited the position of building principal. And a lot of the credit goes to you all for staying unified in your expectation when it comes to cell phones. I think that this is a policy that obviously has been mandated in the state of Ohio by our governor, but we are reaping the rewards from this very early on. When it comes to the middle school setting, for the last 3 years, my colleagues here, they've done a great job of reinforcing this policy on a daily basis in the middle school settings. Therefore, my ninth grade kids that have transitioned up to high school this year, nothing's really new. The same expectations been held. But where it's really been a big change for us is grades 10, 11, and 12. Because up until this school year, students have always been expected and asked to put their cell phones away for classroom instruction. So at no point in time are they supposed to have them out in the actual classroom setting, but they have had the autonomy to carry their cell phones around during hallway transitions, during our 4-minute transitions from first period to second period, and in our cafeteria setting. And this year, it's from the time you arrive at 7 a.m., the cell phone is put away until the day concludes at 1:45. So at no point in time are they available or accessible to students during cafeteria periods, during hallway transitions, or any kind of academic instruction. So far, in the first 17 days, when it came to the data that we've collected, we had 408 instances collectively of either cell phone violation, a smartwatch violation, earbuds that would be Bluetooth wired, or the Beats headphones, which are once again wireless headphones that a lot of our kids like to utilize. You might hear that number 408 and say, well, that kind of sounds like a lot. But when you break down our student population, which is roughly 2,100 students that we serve at the high school on a daily basis, we're breaking that down to 24 occurrences per day. I right now have 5 assistant principals in addition to myself. So really, you take that 24, you divide it by 6. We're looking at each of us dealing with 4 issues of a cell phone violation in a school day. For us, that takes all of 20 minutes to deal with. So that's something that was been very eye-opening to me. I probably would have anticipated that we would have had more infractions thus far, but we haven't. A lot of our students have been talking to us, not only me as an administrator, but to our teachers, and a lot of them love what school has become. It's very gratifying seeing in the cafeteria setting students talking to each other, just being kids again. And a lot of people might say, well, hey, you get a work break, when you have work lunches as adults, you have your phones accessible to you. And you're right. But what I will say in our cafeteria setting, each lunch period, we are responsible for feeding roughly 550 kids. And what we saw in the past was a lot of times when you give kids the autonomy to have their phones out and they're snacking away, that's when the bullying does happen. That's when they are sending text messages. That's when they are on their social media. And that's when we've had problems in our cafeteria settings where kids have immediately got up, went to a table, started confronting another kid, and then the banter back and forth just doesn't stop. Um, the fact of the matter is, this school year, we've really been able to stay fixated on why we come to school in the first place. And that's to receive the highest quality education that we can provide to our kids. That's the education that they deserve on a consistent basis. What really has stood out for me is the amount of emails, the thank yous that I've received from tenured staff members. I have a lot of tenured staff in my building, and I'm talking 15, 20, 25 years, where they're taking the time to write me an email and saying, Jeff, this is the best start to a school year I've had in my 27-year career. They wouldn't say that to me or take the time to do that unless they meant it. So we're doing something right. Progressively, the discipline measures that we have in place, it's kind of a four-step process. And what I take a lot of pride in is that we're almost a month into the school year, and out of 2,100 kids, we only have one student that has actually reached all four levels of our progressive discipline. So that shows me that when we are stopping students and we're having conversations, that they're receptive to what we're asking, that they don't feel like it's in any way such a serious demand that they want to go against it. And I think a lot of our success thus far this school year really starts and ends with this policy. I give a lot of credit to all of you all and to our district communication teams, because this was something that we circulated a message all summer long. And we did it in a variety of different platforms, from social media to newsletters to robocalls to emails to parents and guardians. There were no surprises. This wasn't an I gotcha kind of thing. We didn't want that to ever be the feel. We wanted to put what we were going to do in front of our communities, in front of our stakeholders, and let everybody know that we're going to remain firm, fair, and consistent on a day-by-day basis. We have seen trends over the last week and a half where the number of cell phone devices that we are obtaining are decreasing in volume, which is also nice to know. When it comes to the process of giving a phone back, I think that's important, where students also want to know and feel respected by that. Because with the cell phone policy, you guys know as well as I do, you make one mistake on not returning a phone correctly or giving it to the wrong kid or misplacing it, you're going to be taking those calls. I'm going to take those calls. You're going to take those calls. So it's one of those things where you have to have your processes and protocols in place with how you go about this. And you also have to be willing as a leader, and the way that we looked at it administratively on my team is that the ownership needs to fall on our 6 shoulders as administrators. I'm not giving security guards keys to unlock cell phones. I trust them, but at the same time, once again, all it takes is one mistake. For us, we've been able to stick to a process starting at 1:30 pretty much daily. From 1:30 to about 1:42 in a 12-minute duration, we're able to disseminate back to students the cell phones that have been collected. Why that's important for us to not call them out of class, to bring them up to the office, but actually hand deliver this to their 8th period teacher is that, one, now the teacher has it in their possession. Yep, I have that student. Now when the bell rings at 1:45, they're opening the manila envelope, handing the item back. The student's going directly out to the buses. There's no further infractions. But 2, that student is staying in the classroom receiving all instruction for that final period of the day. So we didn't want to create any kind of process that was going to pull kids from 3, 4, 5 minutes of class, because you add up the time. A lot of our teachers are going to say, that's not fair. Why is my 8th period getting shortened minutes of instruction compared to my 1st, 2nd, 3rd, etc.? So that's been very beneficial to us. I've heard a lot of different ideas on ways that we can be effective, and I know there's a lot of different suggestions out there when it comes to items that can be purchased to help in this endeavor. But right here, right now, the data is showcasing that we're on top of this. We feel very strongly that we are handling this accordingly in-house. We feel very good about that. So that's just a little synopsis of what I've seen in month 1 of the implementation of the cell phone policy in the high school grounds. Any questions on the high school in particular?
So, which I've said multiple times in meetings, and my concern was that the teachers would have to handle the discipline, And in the past, we had always had issues where instruction time was totally interrupted throughout the day. And I'm just curious as to when these violations are happening. When are you catching them, and who's catching them?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ms. Gray. So we have a running spreadsheet that we ask, well, what we ask out of our teachers is one, you're the adults in the classroom. We're never going to ask you to physically take a student's cell phone because all you're doing is you're creating a battle in a classroom of 28 other kids that now their eyes are fixated on this student teacher interaction. And regardless of how good you are at your job, you're never going to win that interaction in the eyes of the adolescents. So what we ask is that you address the issue right on the spot. Hey, Johnny, please put your cell phone away. Now, the next step of that process is that you're going to spend about 20 to 30 seconds filling out the Google form that we've submitted out. And once they submit that information, it populates on a spreadsheet that all six of us work on throughout the day. So some of our teachers have commented how fast we have been responding to getting on this. So it comes down to really me as the overseer of my own administrative team, assigning times throughout our days where we're always going to have at least one of us fixated on the spreadsheet. So the more effective we can be in getting to these infractions on the spot, and showcase that, our staff is going to see that, our students are going to see that, and it's making other students kind of think in their decision making overall. I think if you reached out to high school staff members, that would be something that they probably would applaud our administrative team at this point in time for the start of the school year and how fast we've been in that process. But why we've been so quick on that is because of the intentionality behind who's going to be vetting the spreadsheet at what times during the day. There's times where we can get pulled into different tasks as administrators, but we're letting ourselves down if we don't have somebody on that spreadsheet because then the infractions will accumulate. So that's something that new that we implemented this year with this streamlining this process, and so far so good on that aspect.
So when you were a teacher in the classroom and
Yeah.
having to deal with this policy,
Yeah.
what is the difference between the policy you're doing now and what it was in the past?
I think overall, I think it just when you have the support of the governor from the very top level in the state telling you this is the expectation on what they expect, it's being reinforced by the Board of Education. We have a progressive discipline methods. I just think it makes it more real for kids. I think we've circulated this information. One of the things that was different this year in comparison to other school years too, we had our welcome back night, but prior to that evening, we also had a welcome back night for our ESL families. So our families that English is their second language, and we have this cell phone policy actually broken down in 8 languages. And why we're doing that is because once again we're trying to be intentional, but we're trying to showcase that every shareholder that we have is just as valuable as anyone else. And I think collectively we've done a great job. This isn't just a high school crusade on this end, but I think the communication with this policy has been excellent. I think the way that this has been approached in our community has been excellent. Information has been disseminated for quite some time, and it's continually being reinforced. So I think that's the big difference. I mean, in my past, I was a teacher for 12 years here in this district in the high school prior to transitioning to the administrative realm. And for me, it was just there was a lot of you're in the middle of instruction. Hey, Johnny, come on, put it away. Hey, this is the second time, Johnny, come on, put it away. And it does add up because now if you have 2, 3, 4 Johnnies in your class and you're constantly giving that information, you're making that statement and you're addressing that, that's taking a good 10 minutes off of your instructional period. One of the things that's been nice and eye-opening when I have some of my teachers saying, listen, the nice part about this school year, and I never thought this would be my complaint, but my complaint right now is that I haven't prepared long enough for a 45-minute duration. Because what I'm used to getting done in 40 minutes in the past, I'm now finishing in 30 to 35 minutes, and I'm ready to kind of get going into the next day's lesson. So on my end, I have to plan a little bit differently because this is being very effective in a great way. And I'm like, well, if that's the biggest complaint I have at the moment, I'll take that all day long. For us, we're seeing positive things, but we also know none of it. We can all go by the wayside if you're not consistent, and that's every single day. There's been a lot of times, I always think outside of the box. So if the kid's going to try to get away breaking this policy, they're not going to probably do it in class because the teacher's in there. You got other kids that eyes are on you. Where are they going to try to break it? They're going to try to get a restroom pass, go into a restroom. They know cameras aren't in a restroom. But what they don't know is that our security guards are very much stationed where they're popping into certain bathrooms at certain times of the day with how we've structured that. And we are walking in and busting kids texting, and they are coming to the office right on the spot. Now that you're in this area, your phone's out, can't be out. It's between 7 a.m. and 1:45. Doesn't matter where it's at. Doesn't matter if we're practicing a fire drill, and now we're going outside and you're getting your phone out. You're violating policy. So as long as you're staying consistent and you're holding a student that might be your 4.0 kid that has opportunities, for a college scholarship, along with the kid that's just showing up every other day, might be a little bit of pain in the butt here and there. It doesn't matter. Like, this is the policy that you must mandate across the board and treat everyone the same. And as long as our kids are feeling that, they're going to respect that. We've taken time before the school year started to get in front of. I know I've got in front of the football team, the marching band, and you're talking to these individuals because these are the kids that have more to lose than other kids. In addition to violating some kind of policy, we're going to be held accountable. If you're held accountable, not only does it affect your academia here in Groveport Madison High School and your status and standing, but you have more to lose when it comes to what you do outside of school. The extracurriculars, those are something where you have to be student athlete, right? Student first. And so having talks with them and making sure that if you can get some of those groups to buy in right from the jump, then you start to see kids leading the change. And that's been something that's been very important for us. And I think that taking the time in the summer to hold some of those meetings has helped us throughout the month of August and as we transition into September. Yeah.
Are you seeing a drop in the fighting as well due to this?
Oh yeah, that's definitely been just not only a drop in the fighting, but a drop in drama in general, teenage drama. There's not as much banner back and forth because they're not allowed to be on their social media. There's not a lot of, well, yeah, we're going to get this kid or we're going to confront this kid fourth period because, I'm getting this text first period. And kids don't have the autonomy to plan in that manner. So we are seeing a lot of positives when it comes to just overall culture that we are trying to establish. So I have no problem on a day-by-day basis, fighting the cell phone battle because it's eliminating some of these other nuances that can become very time-consuming. And in reality, and I think the administrators behind me would share the same thing, we have a passion for pedagogy. But the only way that you can get into the classrooms to really showcase that passion and be there for your teachers is to take care of some of this other stuff. And a policy like this is helping us tenfold do just that, where we're already seeing early on in this school year, we're having more freedom collectively as 6 administrators on a team to be able to pop into classrooms at different points in time just to see instruction occurring. And that's very rewarding. I can't say that every year on the job it's been that way. So I'm very thankful that collectively we put this policy into effect. And I think overall, as my staff, I welcome you into my building anytime. You're always welcome. But my staff, have conversations with them face to face because I think they'll tell you the truth and that they're seeing a difference. So, yeah.
I got a little lost and confused with the spreadsheet. So
Yeah.
you were saying, there's a student
Yeah.
in the class on their phone and you say, hey, please put your phone away.
Yes, sir.
So where does the spreadsheet come into play? How is that
Yep.
done? How
So,
do they do it?
so for that particular teacher, they'll address that infraction. They might go back to instructing. It might be close to, okay, now I went through what I need to. You guys are going to start working on your own. That teacher, all we ask is that when they go back to their computer, that they're going to fill out a Google form. And that Google form will take them about 30 seconds to put the student's first and last name in, along with the student ID number, the period the infraction occurred, and it's going to list their name as a teacher. Then when they hit submit, a spreadsheet that all of us administrators have access to, that student's information from that particular example will then populate into that, and it'll just kind of keep a running tally. And then what we're doing is we're working off of that spreadsheet, and then we're giving the infraction. We're also able to itemize to understand, okay, well, this is little Sally's second time. Right. So now we're into tier 2. So now in addition to taking the phone, now we're looking at, we also have to issue a lunch detention. So it's a way to keep us on track in the moment. But the timeliness of things, if a teacher types in something on a Monday and then you're not getting around to handling that infraction until Friday, is it really effective?
Right.
And in reality, it's not going to be. So we have to prioritize how we go about this and timeliness, how fast the turnaround is. It sets an example in a class. I think our record was like 40 seconds. Mr. Downing was really complimentary of that. He's down in his oxygen. He puts that in there, and I can tell on the walk he's a little frustrated. Within 40 seconds, we're able to go down, process what had happened, pull the kid up, send a security guard to go pull the kid with the phone to the office, and he's like coming over the walkie. All right, that's a new record. Thank you guys. Thank you. And a guy like Chris Downing, he's at the top of the tenure list when it comes to GMLEA. So he's been here a long time.
Right.
So if he's going to throw, hey, you're on top of this, great job, then it means something to you, and that's rewarding.
I was looking to see how we weren't really interrupting instruction time with
Yeah.
the spreadsheet. So
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Any additional questions that are high school fixated this time? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm Chris Mosier. I'm principal of Middle School North, and I'll be really brief. But I first want to give kudos to Mr. Altman and his team. I've heard from several people throughout the district that the culture at the high school is just different this year, that it's an environment you can just feel the difference. And I think that that's a major reason why is the limiting of the electronics in the classrooms. At Middle School North, we don't really see much of an issue. If you were to look on the spreadsheet, most days we collect 0 cell phones and headphones from kids. We hit them hard. We do grade level meetings at the beginning of the school year and gave the students a copy of our electronics policy so that they knew the expectations. I post up at the front of the building during arrival, and sometimes when kids are getting off the bus, they'll have their phone in their hand or their headphones on their head. And I say, hey, thanks for putting that away, or I appreciate you putting that in your bag. And that's it. Don't get pushback from kids. Staff have been doing a great job of being consistent. Students have been respectful. I don't think we've had any student go past the second tier of our policy. A few years ago, we allowed students to have them at lunch. And when we made that change a few years ago to not allow them to have it at lunch, we noticed the same difference that Mr. Alton mentioned. It just limits the drama. It's not, this person posted this on Instagram and now I'm seeing it, or this person texted me and said that, my hair was ugly today, or, whatever it is. And so it's really not an issue. I would say on my priority list of concerns, it's not even top 5. So, any questions for me?
Do you use the same spreadsheet type of?
Ours is a little bit different. We use a program called PBIS Rewards, where teachers enter what we call trackings, but it's a similar type of thing. Everyone in the building can see when a teacher puts a tracking in for a student. And similar processes. The first one is a warning. We collect the phone. Second time is a lunch detention, and then it escalates from there. But
So just like at the high school, the teacher doesn't have to collect the phone. You come around and collect the phone.
yeah, they call us.
Deal
We
with
come in and we get it. We want to limit instruction as little as possible, and it's not the teacher's job. It's the teacher's job to teach. It's our job to limit all barriers in their way. So
Thank you. I really appreciate it, because that was one of my biggest concerns was the teachers.
And I'm sure it's the same at the high school and the other middle schools, but our teachers have been fantastic since we started doing this years ago. It's just that consistency that just makes a difference. Everyone's on the same page. Kids know what to expect. Hey, if you have your cell phone out, it's just black and white. There's no arguing. So, yeah.
Good evening. I'm Casey Martin, the principal at Middle School Central. I'm going to sound like a broken record because we do the same thing as what Middle School North does. This is my second year at Middle School Central, and prior to this year, I spent a lot of time talking with Mr. Mosier about what goes on in middle school, what are some things to do. He talked to me about the cell phone policy. It was already previously implemented at Central. Very similar data. It's not much of an issue, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of controversy or tension when we redirect students and have them turn it in, give it back. Even more so when we talk with parents, it is not an issue. Parents have been consistent in talking with me about saying that they want their students to be present and learning, which is great to hear. Yeah, that's it pretty much. Do you guys have any questions for me?
What system are you using? How are you enforcing?
Very good. So we don't use PBI's rewards. We have our own Google sheet. We call it our tracker. Um, we use it for a variety of different reasons. We have students. We use it actually as our infraction for teachers to discipline referrals. We also just to track general behaviors in general. And we use it for our MTSS system, for student success plans to try to help students. So it is a very encompassing document that we use. Actually, I had a conversation today with some of my members of my BLT. We're actually at a different tab to more specifically target this. Previously, we were talking with teachers and we use Control F because we have a variety of different things that teachers can identify what infraction it is and be able to make notes and things. So this was something that teachers said that they think would help them. So that's how we're using it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lindsay Himes. I'm the head principal at Middle School South. Kind of the same as what the other middle school head principal said, we are having minor issues with cell phones. When I went back and looked at our tracker, I think we had maybe the most in one day, maybe 4 incidents, but I would say this is not really a huge concern in our building. Students are following the expectations. They're reminded every day on daily announcements of what our expectations are, and our students are following those. So I would not say that cell phones are a huge concern, although we do have minor things happening. None of our students have gone past the second tier of our tracking system, and I use a system similar to Mr. Martin. We have a central hub at Middle School South that houses a lot of things for us, such as discipline, cell phone tracking. And when a teacher notices a student on their cell phone, if they have a walkie, they can call for one of us to come down, admin or security, or they can call for us. We come down, we handle taking the cell phone, and then we track it from there. So it's just the admin and security who are handling taking cell phones, so teachers don't have to worry about that. But yeah, overall, I would say I'm very pleased with our students. They're following the expectations. Cell phones are not a huge concern in our building as of right now. So, any questions? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. All right, on to item E4.
Our next item is the Cruiser PLC update.
For 2 years, we've talked a lot about building the Cruiser PLC. So it's important for us to once in a while stop and everybody agree on what we're actually building, what it means to build a professional learning community. One of the questions I'm asked once in a while is where I came up with the 5 principles that are behind our Cruiser PLC. I base them on the 3 big ideas that drive the work of every successful professional learning community of the last 20 or 25 years across the nation. There are these 3 focus points: a focus on learning, a collaborative culture, and collective responsibility, and results orientation. What I wanted to do was make that actionable and actions that we share. So that's why we have the 5, and that's why we start every board meeting with them, and we're talking a little bit about them more in a second. Another question I'm asked sometimes is, how long does it take to become a true PLC? And that depends. And I ultimately answer with, you need about 5 years before you are really confident that this is going to stick around forever. In the meantime, you have to look at your commitment, your passion, the persistence of the district and the school level leaders. The size of the schools matters too, to figure out what kind of effort we need to have. Also, the quality of our collaboration and our professional development. We've made sure that we celebrate that a lot because our teachers have been astounding. They've been outstanding. What we've been able to do over the last 2 years, and especially this past summer and at the beginning of the school year, our convocation was devoted to the very same. And so we're doing really well when it comes to what it takes to become a PLC. We have become a PLC for sure. Then in the first year, I want to take us back. What do? This is what we did. This is the checklist. We identified systems issues. We looked at the basic structures of the PLC and we needed to start implementing them. For example, common assessments. We needed to talk about those. That's at the heart of every successful PLC. The idea that you can assess your students on the standards that we have focused on. We'll talk about that too in a minute, about identifying your essential standards. And along the way, you have to develop your common assessments. We were pleasantly surprised that was something that the teachers here wanted to do. They had familiarity with it. They had tried it before. This is something that they wanted to do, and they're doing a great job with it. We also have to make sure that we have sound intervention systems. When we go to the second year, this was last year. Again, this is a checklist. We checked every one. Refine the PLC process and practices. We fix the systems issues that we identified in year one, and we continue to get better. Along the way, teacher leaders emerge, and they've emerged in a giant way across this district. Principals and teachers lead the work in their buildings and across the district. They share that work together. It's not just something that's coming down from the district office. And you implement those common assessments. When you look at this year, what do we expect? What do we want to check off this list? We do want to see widespread gains in student achievement. We are ahead of schedule in that way because last year, almost all of our buildings had gains in achievement, and some of them double-digit percentage gains. So we are already checking that box. This year, we want to make sure that the teachers are fully involved. I can say we've already checked that. The teachers are fully involved. They're enjoying the work that they're doing together, and they're getting lots of chances to work together. We have to make sure, and we did this during convocation. This was a giant feature, and we continue to do this every day. The teachers need to have a voice in this. That's the part. If we're trying to just tell them what to do, that'll never work. We need the teachers to improve a district, and that they share the vision. We see that they're sharing the vision. They want this work to work. And what we have to do is keep pushing and focus on the right work. And then as we look for the future, what does it take to sustain this work forever? It is a forever process. We're looking at high performance and student achievement. We are achieving. We have improved our report card. Remember last year, we explained that it was the best report card Groveport Madison has had in the 21-year history of the report card. We're seeing that again this year. We're seeing some gains. We'll be doing a presentation on that in another month, it looks like. We keep pushing and we focus on the right work. We have to continue to identify any distractions because they do come up. We have to always make sure that we're doing everything we can to help the teachers, help the students achieve. And then we share the success. At every turn, we have to celebrate what we're doing together. And we do not ignore complacency. That's one of the biggest things that can get in the way of the success for your forever professional learning community. That we just become complacent and that we're not continually trying to be the best school district in the state of Ohio.
And we could talk about what we're doing this year for hours, but we're not going to do that. I'm going to limit it. We're committed to this year, and we're committed to giving the teachers the time to collaborate. You know, our high school teachers have the luxury of their collaboration time is everyone can meet at the same time. But our middle school, our sixth grade math teachers, you know, we have 2 at Middle School South, but we have 2 at North, we have 2 at Central. We need to provide that time for them to collaborate together. So if you look at our schedule for throughout the entire year, this is a screenshot of September, we are scheduling these twice a month, these virtual meetings, so we can meet as horizontal teams. Every 7th grade English teacher is going to be meeting at the same time, collaborating. Every 3rd grade teacher is going to be meeting together. Every kindergarten teacher is going to be meeting in a different group. So we have, I think it's 41 meetings on our calendar where these teachers are meeting virtually twice a month to discuss data, to discuss common assessments, learning progressions, and essential standards. And you can see here are the different possible discussion items. And I'm not going to read through those, but these are listed on the agenda for every single meeting. And you can see every single thing is tied to one of our principles of the PLC. What I like most, the very first thing that we did was we asked each group to create their own norms. And again, I'm not going to read everyone. You can see the different colors, each group. Each team was able to create their own norms and how seriously they took this. They were so professional, and it's so exciting to see the work that they're doing. I mean, just be open-minded, collaborate, try to participate twice and be active in conversations. This isn't a thing that they're just going to get on the meeting and sit there for 40 minutes. We want them to be involved. We want them to have a voice. I think this next one in red is probably one of my favorite. Be comfortable being uncomfortable. This is, I think someone said that's us. That's kindergarten. This is hard work. And it's hard when you're meeting with a group, especially when you've been teaching a certain concept a certain way for years, to look at a colleague and say, my students aren't getting this like your students are. What are you doing instructionally? That's a hard conversation. And so for our teachers to be able to come up with these norms, I was so excited when we saw these. This was another group. This one was a very overachieving group. Look at how focused this one is. Be punctual, be prepared, stay engaged, be clear and respectful communication, follow through on commitments. And then I think we high fived when a team actually put the 5 principles as their norms. And I think we're like, all right, that's it. We wanted to end. What the work that our teachers are doing, there's going to be growing pains in this, and it should be. There should be growing pains, but the work that they are doing, they're putting kids first. They're talking about their data, and they're talking about ways that we can change so our students can learn. And the fact that norms are these 5 principles is so impressive.
And none of this would have been possible without the awesome partnership from GMLEA. We're very thankful for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, our next item, we have BJ and Michael from the city to talk about the developments going on that we've seen in newspaper articles and other news, and they're here to kind of give the board an overview of what the project is.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and
Sorry, Mr. King. Before we start, I'm going to recuse myself as a city employee, so I'll be back there. So if someone can just get me when the presentation's over. But thank you both for coming.
we hope they get you. Thanks for having us, Mr. Superintendent, Assistant Superintendent, Treasurer, Board. We're excited to be here. Obviously, as Mr. Groove mentioned, there's a lot going on in the city of Groveport. We're excited. In my 5.5 years here with the city, this is the most we've had going on, whether it's development-wise, growth within the organization, or anything that's happening. So we're very excited about it. Everybody has seen the news, I'm sure. We have a lot of interest. We have a lot of vacant land down in this area of the county. I've made the comment several times that I wish I owned hundreds of acres in this part of the county because I'd probably sell it and move elsewhere. So we just wanted to come here, give you an update. What you're going to see, City Council did approve last night unanimously. We had a long meeting till about 8:30 last night. Many residents of township, some from the city came and spoke, and council approved this development unanimously because I think they see the importance of this and what it can do to be transformative for the city in this area of southeast Franklin County. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Logis, our development director, to go ahead and walk you through these, and we're happy to answer any questions once this is all said and done.
Thank you, BJ. So I'll start here with the first slide. This is a slide that often is paired with commercial attraction projects, but I wanted to call attention to a couple key items on that I think I'll reference back in future parts of the presentation. So we're a small community. We're just under 6,000. That number is actually slightly lower than the 2020 census. We were estimated to be about 6,000 or 6,090. Mid-year estimate for 2025 shows we've actually lost a little bit of population. That's abnormal in Central Ohio that is growing, as you know, pretty rapidly. As a region, we've got about 2.2 million people in the metropolitan statistical area. That's projected to be about 3 million people by the year 2050. So I wanted to pay attention to that. The other thing to note is that we've got about 2,300 homes currently in the city of Groveport, about 2,300 residential structures, I should say. 2,400 actually are dwelling units. That includes some multifamily we've got, though we don't have a lot. That has remained relatively static for the last 10 years. In fact, the city of Groveport has issued only 113 single-family residential building permits. That, again, is abnormal. That's the second lowest in Franklin County, a community that is absolutely booming. And then you can see the median home value there is about $245,000 as well. So those are the three statistics I wanted to reference. Nate, if you wouldn't mind. So this is the city of Groveport's geography. You'll notice the kind of edge of the page here, the bottom left is kind of jagged there. The reason for that is that's the county line. We are in the extreme southeast corner of Franklin County, so I wanted to kind of bring context and attention to that. The orange red dash line shown on the screen is actually our current municipal boundaries, but for the site that we're going to talk about and review. That got annexed, it got approved in July and was effective in middle of August, middle of last month. As you can see, the balance of land uses shows to be a lot of residential, but also a lot of commercial and industrial space. That's our economic development tax base. That's what fuels city activity. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. That's better shown here on this existing land use map. Residential is shown in a number of colors, including pink and some greens, as well as I think some burgundy, like more magenta colors there. Industrial is primarily shown in this kind of, it shows up kind of green on these screens. That's our industrial park. We have 5 of them. We've got about 25 million square feet under roof. And again, that's our tax base, with this campus and the high school campus being at the extreme north kind of area right off of Hamilton Road, of course. Go to the next, please. So every community does a number of things to plan for their future. And one thing that a good community does is they prepare a comprehensive plan. Good communities do that every 10 years. Great communities do it every 5 or updating at least every 5. We have not yet done one in about 21 years. We're due for an update. That's not abnormal in Central Ohio. We've seen other communities kind of let that go a little farther afield. Canal Winchester just updated theirs last year. That hadn't been done in 20 years. Delaware just updated theirs last year. That also hadn't been done in 20 years. So we're not too far off the mark. But one of the things you do is you plan for a growth boundary. A lot of times that's tied mostly to water and sewer service. We have a contract with the city of Columbus that kind of manages a lot of that. But the area that we're here to discuss is shown here on the right-hand side of the screen as pink and yellow. Yellow was kind of determined at the time. This was adopted in 2004 to be residential development. That allowed for both single-family and multifamily residential. And then the pink is shown to be mixed use. If you read the land use classifications from the 2004 report, it's kind of a catch-all. What that intends, what was intended in that was it allowed the city flexibility for attracting additional investment. It allows for things like retail, residential over retail, a true mixed-use integrated product. It also allows for light industrial like data centers and small manufacturing facilities, but it provides for a variety of uses. Wouldn't mind. And the kind of hatch, going back real quick, the hatched areas, kind of environmentally sensitive areas. A lot of the area that we're going to be discussing is actually in the floodplain, which is to be managed by the development partner, if you wouldn't mind advancing. So looking about the area, thinking about what our growth potential is and our opportunities are really kind of in 2 pockets. To the west, we're pretty well hemmed in. We've got pockets of opportunity between us and Obetz, pockets of opportunity between us and Canal Winchester on the northeast, excuse me. But on the southeast area, this area bounded in red, that's really a growth corridor that we could, kind of do something with in a little bit more of a substantial way. Again, going back to the land use map from '04, a lot of that was thought to be mixed use for the area west of Richardson Road and south of Hayes Road. And east of Richardson Road, it was thought to be more low density residential. But the area we're here to discuss is really blue, as shown in the blue there. If you wouldn't mind advancing. So here's the site we're here to discuss. This is Madison Groveport's property. It's 295 acres. Currently, it's agricultural use. It's farmed by a person in town here, though he's not the owner. It was currently zoned residential and will be here soon, going to PR18. PR18 is our highest density residential development, but that's kind of a misnomer, and I wanted to call attention. We don't have what's called a planned unit development zoning type in our code. Our zoning code is a bit antiquated. And so to to make sure that we could accommodate this project, we, the city, advised the client to essentially grab whatever planned district was closest to what they were hoping to achieve. But the PR 18, the 18 designation, you might as well just ignore that. That doesn't have a lot of relevancy for this discussion. But in the code, if you were to read it on the page, it would allow for up to 18 units per acre. But again, kind of irrelevant for this, but if, in case anybody asks. Go to the next, please. So there are 5 sub areas, A through E, with this project, and I've kind of outlined the basics here. It's important to note that this is not going to all happen at once, so we've got a phasing slide in here later on. But it is important to note that this is a mix of uses. This is a true kind of mixed use development that we haven't seen from a single unified development team ever in the city of Groveport. the most kind of comparable example was last pursued in 1979 with Newport Village, just south of like where the Kroger shopping center is off of 317. But north of Sims Road, as denoted there, is sub area A, shown in yellow. That's 22 acres. That's expected to be for multifamily as the exclusive use of that property. Shown in green is sub area B. That's 38 acres to also be used for multifamily development, but it also importantly allows for commercial development. We are working with our partners in Canal Winchester and our partners with ODOT in the city of Columbus to pursue and advance transportation improvement at Bixby Road and US 33 that has been on the books for about 20 years, which is a full interchange, a proper interchange at the Bixby Road and intersection now. And so we hope to create a parallel roadway network that will kind of align itself with 33 to create a commercial corridor there, and that's why we reserve some of that ground for that purpose. Next, shown in blue is a single-family residential product at 365 expected for Area C. Area D is 215 single-family homes, and the distinction there is those would be under different construction teams, different actual home builders would likely be in those different areas. And then red there at the far south end of the site, this kind of corridor abuts a hard to see railroad track that is kind of just behind the rec center now. And it's a product that we don't have. It's a 3-story product that you'll see in here in a bit, if you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. So phasing, it's important to note that the site has constraints, and it's not only costly to develop, because it's costly to develop, and because of some environmental challenges on the site, they've chosen to phase the project. So I've called attention to just phase 1 here. The colors relate to the previous map that we just saw. So phase 1 would expect vertical construction start mid-2027. That's best estimate. They have to invest around $60 million in infrastructure to see this to full completion. A large part of that is the extension of sanitary sewer from the north, on the north side of US 33, so they have to bore under the highway to tap into a 42-inch sanitary sewer subtrunk. And then exit to the far south, so you can flush your first toilet, you have to invest about $17 million in sanitary sewer just to do that. So that's an initial cost of at least $17 million just for sanitary. That doesn't include water or roadways. Sub-area C, they expect to construct about 54 family homes, D, single-family homes, and E, 48 fee simple townhomes. In terms of talking with the development team, their estimates for the public finance, the single-family homes would, on average, note that as I'm going to kind of emphasize that, on average, they would sell for about $415,000. Again, average home value in Groveport right now is $245,000. These would be $415,000. And for the products shown in sub-area E, the fee simple townhomes, those are the 3-bedroom product. Those would they estimate those would sell for about $350,000. Importantly, on phase 1, the multifamily right now, at least north of Sims Road, not colored there, is kind of market dependent. We are having active conversations with multifamily developers, but at this moment, the developer is not comfortable yet committing to a timeline that they can advance anything north of Sims Road, any of the multifamily or any of the commercial, because it's so dependent on market conditions. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. So this is full build out, which they expect to be about 10 years for the south of Sims, and that's kind of where they've chosen to focus, at least because it's the known that they've gotten a lot of interest from. They've gotten interest from about half a dozen or so home builders that are active in Central Ohio, and it's all the names you might read about. But shown there in phase one that we just reviewed is shown in green, phase two shown in the light blue, phase three shown in tan, phase four shown in purple, and then there's an inflection point. Kind of hard to see on this, but really easily to discern is there's a new north-south roadway that would be constructed between the dark blue on the right side of the page there and the tan and purple on the left. There's kind of a gap there that's shown, and that's a of a 120-foot right-of-way, 3-lane road section, more 5-lane road section to support traffic to get out of the village center, going over the railroad tracks eventually, though that, again, costly investment that we've not yet figured out the funding for, but ultimately to get over the railroad tracks to Groveport Road and also crucially tie into that new parallel roadway that we talked about connecting Canal Winchester to our east and to the new Bixby Road interchange. Also important to note is that the development team in particular called attention to the fact that north of Sims Road is really going to be challenging to develop without true partnership and probably construction starting on that Bixby Road interchange. And the reason for that is as the result of their traffic study, which are not yet finalized, but the suspicion is that to move that volume of traffic, there would need to be some alternative path of travel. And the way the traffic study works is essentially there are kind of like tipping points. You can build 200 homes before you need a turn lane. You can build 300 homes before you need a turn lane and a signal. You can build 350 homes before you need a lane of travel, a turn lane, a signal, and on and on. So they're kind of broken up that way. But the blue, the dark blue there in phase 5 is the furthest out for at least the elements south of Sims that they expect. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. So here's an example of development projects that these are partner projects that the Addison Properties team is in discussions with and have signaled that they have a strong interest in investing in Southern Franklin County and in Groveport. The majority of the product for the single-family homes will either be 3 or 4 bedrooms. No 5 bedrooms are at least anticipated, but that could change with a bonus room or anything like that. But you can see most of those are probably going to be 4-bedroom product, and that's not dissimilar from what we've seen with recent investments from Miranda and other single-family home builders here in Central Ohio. And I bring up only the Miranda example because of those 113 building permits issued in the last 10 years, the majority were with that builder as they built out the Hickory Grove subdivision. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. Here's other examples, other builders, other products. The bungalow product that you see there in the upper right and lower left, those are 3-bedroom products. The smallest bedroom is quite small and are likely to be used for offices. These products are found to be better for empty nesters, young professionals, things like that, that are folks that are hoping to gain equity or downsize. So these are kind of either starter homes or downsize options for folks in the community. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next. These are the townhome options, a variety of either 2-story or 3-story. These are being built in other markets right now in Central Ohio, including the closest one to this site is being built in Reynoldsburg. But these have been a popular product in Southwest Ohio, where one of the builders they're in talks with has products in Hamilton, Ohio, as it happens. You might be asking why here, why now? Among other things, Central Ohio has seen a boom in what's called mega projects, economic development projects that create more than 1,000 jobs. The Andrew project is about 5 miles from the edge of this edge of this site. It's about 2.5 miles from the edge of our community on Hayes Road and Pontius Road. It's expected to create 4,000 direct jobs, 8,500 indirect jobs, with suppliers that are expecting to locate to the region. wouldn't mind advancing to the next site. So they've secured 500 acres. It's 550 plus an extra 70 from the airport to construct this. This is Arsenal 1. This will be the largest defense investment in the United States in quite some time. This, for reference, just for point of reference for size comparison, the Ohio State Buckeye Horseshoe, Ohio Stadium, is shown to scale relative to that product site or project site. So this is ongoing investment. Site number 1 on that plan is actually already constructed. That was that was a speculatively built industrial building that they've now fully leased. They've taken the entire thing and they're working to get in the product site. Building 2 will come online next, and they're in the process of doing site due diligence and wetland mitigation and things like that now. But we're seeing a lot of economic development activity in southern Franklin County and northern Pickaway County. We have for a while. In Groveport, we've got about 14,000 employees. Again, population of not even 6. So we're a net job importer. And Franklin County in and around the Rocker area, without this project, supports about 26,000 jobs daily. So with that momentum and activity, there's a recognition that there's a spatial mismatch. There's also an affordability mismatch, but we'll touch on that later. Spatial mismatch between where workers are able to live or can live and where the job opportunities exist. So we're hoping to capitalize on that, both elevate the housing stock in Groveport, create some activity that we can use to further invest in spurring small businesses and more Main Street activity, and also support a housing need that projects like this create. I think that might be my last slide. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
On the phase 1 picture that you had up here, there was a red line going through that. Was that some kind of drainage or something?
Yeah, so the red line is actually the floodplain boundary, the current floodplain boundary. So it's a 1% flood event. It used to be known as the 100-year flood. That's a 1% flood event now, by current common vernacular. So what that means is they tried to identify the sites that they would have to do the least fill to develop when it kind of immediately. In total, this is not an exact number. They're still working on their engineering. They estimate to invest in bringing in about 1 million cubic yards of dirt and then compacting it for development purposes. To do that, that alone is about a $10 million investment, just to bring dirt in and pound it to sufficient compaction to actually put footers. None of the homes in subareas C or D, shown in blue and purple, are expected to have basements, in part because of the poor soil quality in the area. We've known that in Central Ohio. Well, in this corner of Central Ohio for quite a while, our soil qualities are quite poor. But to answer your question, that's a floodplain line.
Thank you.
I would just like to say that I'm kind of disappointed in the city that they did not come to the board at all to have our discussions with us before this development happened.
Okay.
This really impacts our school district and the number of students that we have. And as far as I know, I've read in the paper that there was a study done that was done by the school, but we didn't hire an evaluation to determine how many additional students that this would create for our district. It's just really disappointing. I know in the past we've been able to work together, and for you not to include us in this discussion, I think it's sad.
We appreciate your comments, certainly.
I have some comments. Did the city study how many new students this development could add to our school district?
The city looked at, and this is going to be a tough thing to say. We are in the business of running the city, and the city is on the move right now. Did we study how many students this is going to add? I think when you look at the housing stock that's going to be built, we don't have any equation to determine how many students that'll create.
Does the city plan to contribute towards additional classroom space, transportation, or school facilities that may be needed as a result of this development?
City is unable to use public funds towards that sort of use.
So just to comment on what you're talking about,
Can I
Libby,
finish?
we knew about the project, right? So I would say it's a two-way street. They could have come to us, but we could have come to them as well.
No one came to the board and told the board, made the board aware of the,
That may be their issue, or that may be our issue. I'm inclined to think it's our issue if we have someone who works in the city of Groveport, and we've also, the superintendent was nodding his head. We knew about this project, so I think the board itself should probably learn from this and get more involved with projects with the city and what's going on there, and come in and get involved. And so, I feel bad that I know, but I think we all should as well. Libby, I agree with you there.
A couple more questions that I didn't have the opportunity to ask. What formal process does the city use to consult the school district before approving development of this size? Or is there one?
Yeah, the current process is there is no engagement with the school board for projects of any type, any residential or commercial development. But for when there's an ask that's required under a state law codified section, for instance, if we were to establish an incentive district that would require a heavier or longer abatement term or something like that, we would be required to engage the school district for negotiation.
Is there a plan for parks, playgrounds, and other child-focused amenities that will reduce the burden on the school grounds?
Can you repeat that, please?
Is there a plan for parks, playgrounds, and other child-focused amenities that will reduce the burden on school grounds?
Are you saying in this development area?
So when more than likely, we're going to have to build another school. I mean,
Sure.
So there's a plan that will have parks in there or space in there where we could use for a school
Yeah.
or in the general area.
So the planned unit development tax, the PR18 zoning classification requires that not less than 25% of the total acreage be devoted for open space, which is defined in our code to include things like walking paths and things like that. This exceeds that. It's a little more than 30% open space, and there is an intent to construct a leisure path along some of the major roadways and retention basins affiliated with the project, of which there are 5.
So my final question, guys. Did the city reach out to the district at all regarding this project?
If you can answer if you want to, or if you want.
Yes.
And how was that done?
Yeah, so the city of Groveport engages the school district in a number of ways, but that was issued an email after formal submission in July from the applicant, as well as engagement with some leaders in the school district in March, as well as discussion at the CIC, the Community Improvement Corporation, as early as late last year, around the fall of last year.
So you did reach out, but did you reach out to the board, or was that just to the district leadership, the administrative team?
We did not reach out to the board directly. I would think it would be similar to if somebody reached out to me, I'd say take it to city council.
Okay, so now I'm going to direct my question to the superintendent. So did you attend any of these meetings or have any input with the city or with the city regarding this issue? Or development, I should say.
Did I have input on no, I sit on the CIC committee. I've had some discussion, and then, things are planning until it's not planning anymore, and then it becomes real.
Right.
And so I don't think paper and pencil actually happened until maybe July of the summer when it became public. But no, I don't have any input in the development.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is there a reason you didn't bring it to the board's attention?
Who are you asking us?
No, I'm asking the superintendent. Thank you.
Okay. I
I'm
was going to
asking the
answer for him, but I
superintendent.
will not.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, that was directed to the superintendent. But I don't know why he didn't bring it to the board.
No reason.
Thank you. And hey, gentlemen, could you possibly email a copy of your slide presentation? Thank you so much.
No problem at all. And I just want to say, this is not I know there are competing interests. Obviously, we all have a job to do with these things. I get that. I am a firm believer in people's property rights, sell their property to have development occur. That's what we're dealing with here. We dealt with that last night. People saying, I don't want this. I don't want this next to me. I don't want to look at my window and see this. But firmly believe that it's people's rights to be able to sell their property and develop. And everybody has a job to do. I get it. It's tough at times. It is. Certainly we don't have students to worry about, but we also have additional infrastructure, which we have to start thinking about how we're going to fund people to maintain that. So, it's a tough quandary for this. So.
I would just like to say that it's nice when the city is able to collaborate with us so that we can make decisions for our future. If we knew this was coming down the pipeline, we could have decided to go ahead and put the bond on for new buildings, anticipating this. And now that has put us in a really bad situation of being able to do that. Now we've lost that opportunity. So being able to have discussions and collaborate and work together with a good partnership, we could have moved forward and not be so upset over some of the changes that's going to happen, because now we have to make a quick reaction to this type, because 2 years is not, you get these houses built, that means these kids are there. It takes longer than 2 years to build a school.
Yeah, so those comments are well received. So let me be clear in terms of the growth potential in Southern Franklin County and our growth boundary that we reviewed. This will not be the only project that we pursue of this scale. This is a project that is the first of them, but we are committed to the growth and generation of wealth in the community. And part of that is making sure that we've got a customer base, an economic base that we can sustain. And right now, we maybe don't for the growth and continued prosperity of Groveport. And this is a way that we can do that. In addition to planning with this development team for the construction of the utilities to support this project site, we've asked that they upsize everything to essentially account for an additional 200 acres nearby, adjacent to these parcels, that can also be developed. So they've done that at our request. That costs them tens of millions of dollars extra. And we intend to pursue the development of those sites too. Not only that, there are other sites nearby that is not controlled by this product or these development teams that are also currently listed for sale. My understanding is that the district also pursued the composure of a master facilities plan last year that was presented to City Council. And so my expectation for hiring a land use planning firm is that they take these kinds of plans into consideration, available utility capacity, the listing of available real estate in the community, comprehensive plans and things like that. So I think that's also something that we can maybe work together towards in the future to better coordinate to ensure that everybody gets the information that's necessary to make these kinds of decisions.
Thank you. That was an excellent presentation. I appreciate you coming out this evening, your time. I really do.
Well, and I appreciate it too, but contacting us, getting with us, letting us work with the developers. A lot of communities across the United States work with the developers to get help and the plan to provide for the school systems of their communities that they're putting in. And that's an opportunity that was lost because we weren't in the discussion. So going forward, I would hope that you would have the courtesy to contact the board directly so that we can be involved in the process. Thank you again, gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thanks.
Okay. Our next topic are modular discussions. And I don't know to what level you might want to go in. We have some interactive display we could show. We have some videos we could show. When it became clear that the district was not going to move forward with a fall attempt at the bond issue, we started looking for options and how to handle space. One of the options we started to pursue was investigating modular options. Modulars, so I'll give you a couple for instances. We have some 2 classroom, we have some 4 classroom, we have the big 12 classroom. Sedalia, we've talked to some modular companies to find out availability, pricing, and some things like that. We looked at the possibility of as much as 3 modulars. And the reason we considered different options and different sizes, an economy of scale. If you do a larger modular than multiple smaller modulars, 12 classroom modular would be similar to, as I said, what we have in Sedalia. We also looked at the possibility that we know when we added the 12 classroom to Sedalia, that has restrooms in it. One thing it did was to some degree overwhelm the cafeteria, the lunchroom facilities for serving that many additional kids. So we looked at the options. If we did modulars, you can add on a serving and additional cafeteria space. In our process of investigating, we found another Central Ohio district who have some modulars that for a very, very low cost, we could potentially purchase from them. They would require obviously expenses to move, renovate, and set up. But I guess I wanted to throw this out. We talk about facilities. We talk about, we know we've been over capacity in our buildings and looking at different options. And I'm throwing this out for the board for discussion to see what your interest is in us pursuing modulars. I will say, if we were going to take some type of action on modulars, we would, if we want them installed and available for as early as next school year, we would have to make a decision in the fairly close future.
So I know when we've had discussions on modulars before, we were limited as to which buildings. So I'm curious as to which buildings would be able to accommodate, and then things are over now that it's mandatory. We've got to get some kids moved.
Well, I think we're basically over capacity at every building. Something else, if you looked at a school building 25 years ago and a school building today, a school building 25 years ago, 25 to 28 or 30 kids equals a classroom. When you look at a school building today, those 25, 28, 30 kids, if we have kids with ESL, the English as a second language, they might require some additional assistance elsewhere. We might have kids with different kinds of special needs, or an autism unit as an example is 6 kids, a teacher, and 2 aides. So the space utilization of what used to be an elementary that would hold 400 kids, practically we're using every little closet, every little oftentimes our former libraries are cut up into multiple classrooms. In some cases, we're using space in hallways. So I guess if this is something to consider, I would suggest that we bring a presentation to the board with hard numbers and where we're over and room utilization, and then options for what modulars could be put in for those locations. But I first wanted to get a feeling or assessment from the board if this is even something we should be pursuing.
I would say along the lines, I think it's going to be a little bit of a complicated and maybe lengthy process. I don't know if we get there as quickly as we would need to for this coming year, but I think when we're looking at this, I think one thing we need to look at is, as Adam has put up on the screen, it looks like, some kind of random artwork where our kids go to school. So, you know what I'm saying? You go into Independence and they're going to 3 different middle schools. So I think capturing that and maybe fixing that or making it more efficient would be part of this phase.
So if, for instance, if we were to do 3 sets of modulars, our thought would be to put one potentially at Middle School North, North and Elementary School, and then possibly in the Glendenning area. And here's why. Right now, as we've said a number of times, 2/3 of our kids live north of 33 and we artificially bus kids across the district to schools. And you also share very correctly that our attendance boundaries are bizarre and don't make a lot of sense. So if we were to do a wholesale plan to have space to accommodate, to have kids go close to where they go to school, and we would need to do attendance boundary changing while that's happening. It would get kids in classrooms out of closets and out of hallways and into regular classrooms. It would give us a potential for some swing space, and it would also give us some potential for growth in both ends of the district. So if you do an all-in-one plan, you can be more correct at once and gain some of those efficiencies. If you do a piecemeal plan and add, classrooms here and classrooms there, it's just kind of a band-aid of more of the same.
So break down the timeline, and is this doable for when you're saying we would have to have this done by, how we would go through it, etc.?
If we were to purchase all new units, there's a build out phase, there's a planning phase, there's all of the permitting and things like that. We would probably need to have a decision as early as next month to be able to have all in place for next school year. If we did something less than that, if we were able to purchase used and things like this, so the time frame would be a little bit, but you're probably still just the nature of how long it takes to do applications and working with utilities. I would think, minimum 6 months to be able to have, and that's a guess at my part, to be able to have things up and running for the start of school. I don't know if I said that loud enough.
You're saying we would have maybe 90 days to come up with this plan?
I'm saying if we were going to do the big full plan, we would probably have less than 90 days. Might require some special work sessions and planning to do that, to make sure there'd be time. Because if we couldn't have things in place for the start of school, that would be, all of the redistricting, all of our transportation schedules, all of those things would be dependent upon the thought of moving forward with the physical plan of where buildings would be.
So you're thinking that we would probably have to have at least 2 work sessions just to kind of go over things, possibly 3, and then get into voting on it at the 4th meeting. Because I think that this is something, if we're going to do if we're going to do this, we need to do it right and not just kind of willy-nilly go, okay, we're going to put a building in here, we're going to put one here. We need to get a thoughtful plan together and go, okay, yes, this is what we all agree on. This is the process and a timeline and the whole caboodle of just everything that needs to be done so that we have that timeline down pat so that it's ready come beginning of school year. So I would say we'd have to have at least 3 to 4 work sessions and then vote on it.
And I'm thinking that haste would make waste. I am not opposed to this at all, but it makes me very concerned that we would make quick decisions rather than thorough decisions.
Well, that's why I was saying 3 to 4 meetings that we're discussing it.
I'm countering with, that's a heck of a lot for 3 or 4 meetings. I mean, there's a lot to digest and a lot to prepare.
Okay. What's plan B without the modulars though?
You know, we keep doing what we're doing in piecemeal. Maybe we could do something less where there's no significant change of boundaries or anything like that. But we figure out a way to add some space to help us with overflows. I think for the next meeting we bring a facility use to show where we are, to show what our enrollment is, and I'm just going to say it sounds like we're probably wouldn't be practical and ready to move forward with a big wholesale plan for next year. So maybe it's this year we're talking about the plan to initiate for the following year, or you know, I don't know how you would do a change like that in the middle of the year if you could do things by so. And that's fine.
I think we need to. We can't just keep putting Band-Aids. I mean, this is a Band-Aid in itself because we're having to do modulars. So this is a Band-Aid on top of a Band-Aid, and we need to have a plan to move forward.
I agree with you, Libby. What could you explain what you meant by a wholesale plan? Is that what it said? You said, huh?
Scale.
Oh, thank you.
I was saying,
I'm like, oh, okay.
I was saying there's a difference if you
Oh.
choose to do one 6 classroom for the district just to have some space versus doing 3 sets of 12 with restroom and lunchroom facilities. If you did a middle school and elementary to the north with 12 classrooms and restroom and lunch, and one to the south, you could make significant changes to redistricting, putting kids to go to school closest to where they live, reduce some transportation costs and things like that. But if it takes us 3 or 4 or 5 months to get to that decision, we're not going to be able to have those in place for next year. So this might just be a planning year.
So we had the Cropper study. How do our numbers now compare to what he projected they would be this year? And what are those numbers for the projection in the future for next year, the following year?
My memory would be as good as yours on that. I could pull that out, and that would be part of what we talk next month.
So, okay, so this is why I think we need to have a long-term facility plan in workshops, like Libby's saying, 3, 4 meetings, whatever we need to do. That's exactly the issue. We don't have that. We have this stuff that we had done. We're not looking at it. We don't have a plan. The enrollment projections, we don't even know if they justify modulars right now compared to what he said, because his projections, if I'm not mistaken, came down after a couple of years because of the population is changing, the family structure and all that. So I really think we need to do a lot more work before we make a decision. We need to see numbers from the treasurer on permanent versus, on leasing versus purchasing. Maybe and there's other options. We need to be looking at all the options. We need to have a long-term plan, and we just need to stay focused. We haven't had that. And that's a big problem, in my opinion.
Are we wanting to have committee of the whole for facilities planning?
I would be willing.
Yeah, I think for this, I think there needs to be everybody meeting and having work sessions.
Yeah, I agree
Truly
with
work
the work
sessions,
sessions.
not just a meeting with presentations, but a true work session.
And definitely we need to look at boundary adjustments and other options.
So if we were committing to 3 or 4 meetings, what is that going to look like? As far as trying to compress that, doing the research, all of that, I'm trying to figure out how we want to fit that in a calendar.
Well, it sounds like we're going to be, I mean, we can spread it out over the next few months if we're looking at a plan for the following year.
Okay, is that what I think that's probably very reasonable.
That's what I was thinking.
I think I want to get clarity because I believe Libby was wanting to move a little quicker. Is that correct?
No, just be several.
No, I didn't know if we were in agreement that we are looking for the 26-27 school year now.
Yes.
Or if we're trying to compress and do something for 25-26.
26, 27.
So, thank you. Okay. Good.
So just something to share. A little bird who happens to be in the room informed me that permitting and plan review timeline is approximately 180 days.
Oh, okay.
So when you're looking at 6 months, to be realistic, I'm not sure for next year would even be an option unless we were acting sooner than probably be comfortable with.
Does that include the possibility of variances that you can ask for?
I don't know that specific answer. I'm just giving a ballpark response.
Why don't we commit to a meeting a month, committee of the whole for facilities planning, and get the right people on the bus and figure out where we're going?
I can throw out dates. I can throw out dates in a separate email following this regarding some upcoming work sessions for this. Starting in, do we want to start this in October, or do we want to try and shoot for September?
October would be the soonest.
Okay, all right. So I'll send an email out after this to start gauging on dates.
Thank you.
Yeah, I found that, Cropper. They're showing for 2025, 2026 school year, total enrollment, 6,433 with Cropper. 26, 27, we go up to, we gain 5 students. So from what got our notification on Friday, that we've enrolled 912 students this year. So, yeah,
Was that in addition to the total? What the total
it's
number of
912,
students?
and then you have to take away students that have left, right? Is that how your numbers come out? Correct. Okay. But 912, that gives you an idea of people moving into our district.
All right. The next item is a student advisory committee update.
Okay, and this, I believe we just need to get the applications out for this upcoming year, correct?
Weren't they on title forms?
Ty, do you want to come up and talk? We talked about online application.
So we can do it one of two ways. We can either put it on final forms. We could also do it on our website too and direct people to our district website. We can create a form. Once they fill out that form and submit, It goes to any email address that we direct it to, and we can collect them that way.
So last year we had them on final form, so they didn't include this year too?
It was my understanding they were paper pencil. Is that right?
They did them both.
Oh, they did them both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know you were looking at me, but yes, we did add in the final forms. They filled them out. And then we collected the data.
I think one of the things we ran into last year was the trouble with the handwritten ones and copying them and being legible and spread out, that we wanted to try to have everything be electronic.
Yeah.
So we could sort and easily email and print some things out and not have our board packets be 600 pages. But yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I will say that our students and families are used to the Google Docs and filling those out. If we had a link, it was just accessible.
Yeah, Google Docs is in play too. Yeah.
That information will come right to you in a report spreadsheet. It actually works really well.
Yeah.
I guess I thought that they were in the forms that they filled out at the beginning of the year, like, when they're registering for the school year. I thought that was a part of the whole packet. It was in there.
It's attached in the forms that they fill out. So if they're interested, they could fill that out. I don't remember right now if we did that at the beginning of this year.
Okay. All right.
So we just need to get it out then if we haven't.
Right.
Okay.
I know that we did it towards the end of the year to see who would be interested, so we could start forming our committees during the summer. And but I don't know if we did it at the beginning of the year.
Was there a decision from the board to do this year what we did last year, to automatically carry over previous students? I don't remember hearing feedback on that.
The only issue was that with our new policies, it actually says that you are the one that has to identify the students rather than us. So that would be something that you would need to decide on, which students, rather than the board decide.
Okay.
Okay, and then the other thing is, I have done the elementary school for the last 2 years, and I'm going to step running for reelection. I think whoever is goes on that for the students, that they do the full year with them rather than cutting off. So I will be stepping down from that opportunity.
Okay.
What policy were you referencing?
Did you say BCE? BCE. B as in boy.
Board committees, yes.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Is this a board committee or an advisory?
It's an advisory, the
Okay.
student advisory committee.
So that's BCF.
Yes. Says all appointments to advisor committees are made by the superintendent with the approval of the board. The next to last paragraph. Yes.
So that's with the approval. Okay.
So you can bring.
And we would have to come up with a specific topic of study and activities. And
Yes.
who would write that? The superintendent or the board?
I believe the board decides what topics we want to be advised on from the students and the parent advisory. This goes along with the parent advisory committee also, because it is an advisory.
I'm confused. We said Bravo Charlie Echo, right? BCE.
BCF, as in Frank.
Thing.
Bravo, Charlie, Foxtrot.
Okay. And sure how that. Okay, so we're saying the student advisory is not board committee. It's an advisory committee.
It's an
to the board.
advisory committee.
Yes.
Yes.
It is a board committee, it's advisory committee to the board,
Yes.
John.
All right, so you can bring those to us then for approval. All right.
Then we can all think about what we would like to hear from the students.
All right, sounds good.
Next time, it's an education trust development body.
Okay, and that I believe we just need to get a date.
Yep, I looked June 12th would fall in line for like the second Friday of June 2020. And then the board would need to decide what the proceeds are going to go to. We did student lunch last year. We talked about doing like DECA and instruments and stuff like that for band. And then you guys figure out what you guys want to use the money for.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going to need that again. It's reading that we're talking about June 2020.
June 12th.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we can discuss that at the next meeting, or when do you need to know?
We've got time.
Yeah, you got time.
Okay.
Yeah, so upcoming meeting.
I just didn't know if you had to have that date reserved.
Well, I can go and reserve it, but then the idea of what we're going to talk about, that's
Okay.
you guys can have that in the next 3 months. Yeah.
All right.
No
Thank
press.
you.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you. All right, on to G, superintendent's agenda.
Okay, we have a series of department reports. We'll just go in the order of the attachments. We'll start with, actually, Terry, you're standing up. Let's do transportation first. So Terry, come on up.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the board and administration, my report stands as submitted. Things are going well in transportation. We seem to have solved the little glitch with the MyRide. There was some interconnectivity with the softwares. That's doing well. And our biggest problem is keeping drivers who do things that you just can't keep them anymore that they do. And without getting into details, we separated from 6 drivers. And I was just going through the data that I submit to you every month about how long it takes from the driver applies to become a driver. It's 4, 5, 6 months and sometimes longer. And, you know, we've separated from over 240 people in the last 3 years since we started here, and that's on your report as well. So I'm just telling you that it's a struggle. We're doing fine. I do have an independent consultant that visits with the schools each month to make sure what we're hearing from our people is the same thing that the building people are telling us, and things are going well as far as a service standpoint, but it is a struggle. And with all that being said, we're doing well, and it should continue. We have School Bus Safety Week coming up next month. And we'll have a series of activities there, but everything else is on the report. It's pretty much the way I've reported it. Are there any questions for me?
Yeah, where are you with the fuel tracking? Did you get that put in place?
We have quotes coming in, my understanding, Mr. Husband, and we are excited about that. Thank you for asking. And as well as the other commitment for the external video cameras that we have committed to reimburse the district for. So we wanted to get the fuel thing settled first, and then the quotes. Teresa's searching for grants on that, but one way or the other, we plan this school year to outfit each bus with an external video camera to capture passing motorists. These cameras are pretty slick. They use artificial intelligence, so the driver doesn't even have to actively say, there goes a car. It does it on its own, creates a little email message, and it goes to whatever law enforcement. Everything's automatic, so it's just kind of like a speed camera on the highway. But it's a wonderful thing, and the drivers are looking forward to it, because when you witness a situation like that and you're all aware that it happens every day, all the time, everywhere, it's just a nice thing to have. So as soon as we're done with the fuel, we'll be putting those cameras in as well.
And we have software now tracking fuel, right?
No, we just pay the fuel bill. We pay community bus pays 100% of the fuel bill, even if it's not our fuel.
Oh, okay, I got you. We had that at one point, and I just wondered what happened to it. Thank you.
You had automatic fuel tracking?
Oh yeah.
I've never
Probably
experienced
with
that.
the changeover.
And I kind of remember a
Yeah.
story from way back,
Yeah.
but not since I've been here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Ms. Bernowski, we'll start with special ed. And I'm going to say this, we have a lot of department reports. For the sake of time, we want to be expedient going through those. We'll let the board ask questions as they will, but we'll try to cruise through these to not drag our meeting on for too long.
So we have spent, since I got here in July up until even this morning, working to identify where are processes and procedures that are ineffective, where are the ones that don't exist at all. And we're trying to work with State Support Team 11 and other area directors to see what are best practice, what are things that they're doing in relation to like evaluation requests for special ed testing. Today we worked on home instruction, things like that. The goal is that because our kids are transient, we don't want there to be any huge gaps when they go building by building. And then those gaps can also lead to compliance issues. So we're trying to avoid that as well. The second thing that we're working on is our stack process. So stack is a way of running a classroom that has autistic kids, and it's designed to meet them with their needs. Large scale, it helps a lot with behaviors. And so we're really trying to work on that and get that focused. That's everybody in that room. So teachers are being trained, and then I'm working with Mark and Dave on getting the paras trained because that's a very different lens from their end. The time frame that they're going to roll out is by the end of this school year, they'll be totally trained so that they'll be able to go forward next year. That's all I have.
Any questions for Mandy?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have our business update. This will be the longest of our department reports.
Okay, good evening. Couple things. I'll try and go through it as quick as possible, but we wanted to share a little bit with you. There have been discussions regarding expansion over at Little Cruiser. What we estimate with adding 6 classrooms to that area, a changing room, and 2 small offices, moving the indoor play area and having storage, that's probably going to be 1.6 to 1.7 million. There is a floor plan attached, and we can look at that. This one that Nate brought up varies slightly from what you originally saw. The only difference is the changing room and the 2 therapy offices. Everything else stayed the same. So we wanted to share this with the board and get input, thoughts, your feedback.
How many additional students will be served with this?
I believe
So Mandy, if you want to come up and help, but by and large, as it is right now, and I understand it's still growing daily, we have 51 students on wait list. But Mandy, do you want to talk about that?
So we have 51 kids in evaluation right now. Their evaluation acceptance rate or approval rate per se is 95% because most of them are coming to us from Board of DD or from Help Me Grow and programs who have already sent them to us knowing that they're likely going to qualify. So that's 51 today. As a whole, last year they identified 125 kids. So when we're looking at that, take that into consideration with you can only have so many kids in a room. With those, that would be total max of 60 kids.
60 additional?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you're saying 185 students total, which is the 125 and the 60?
No, the 125 is just how many people we average or, evaluating. With those classrooms, each classroom holds 10 kids max. Only 6 of them can be autistic or TBI or deafblind. And then of those classrooms, you have 3 adults per classroom.
How many students do we currently have?
I'd have to look. because they count them kind of twice because the teachers are still working with them. So I'd have to look tomorrow, but I can email that to you.
Okay, thank you.
We're full. Let me say that. We have 3 spots left, and we have 51 kids being evaluated. So we're full on that end.
Okay.
So we have like 196 kids right now, you're saying?
I'm not positive how many we have because some of them are in evaluation. The other piece is that if they're special ed and they come to us, we have to provide them services regardless. So if we don't have these classrooms, we still have to provide them services.
But you don't have numbers on how many we currently have?
Not right this second. No, I'm more than happy to send that to you in an email.
That's kind of pretty important information, isn't it?
So why would we be limited to 10 per classroom? What's the square footage of our classrooms?
We're limited to 10 not because of square footage of classroom. It's a higher operating standards for special education.
Say that again, please.
It's not like fire code. It's based on the operating standards from special education.
So what's the teacher ratio in these 10 student classrooms?
It'd be 1 teacher, 2 paras to 10 kids.
I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing you. It'd be 1 teacher and 2 parents?
2 paras, paraprofessional aides.
Thank you. Okay.
So when we had our proper study done, they said we had room for 196 students and that it was a 16-to-1 ratio. That's what we were told. 6 classes at 16-to-1 in our classrooms due to the size. Has some law changed that?
I don't know what that study is because I wasn't here when that study took place.
I think 16-to-1 would be with typical peers.
Yes.
You don't have 16 special needs
Correct.
students in the class. You can go up to 16 with the typical peers joining in.
Correct.
Well, isn't that how our school is modeled? 50-50, 50 special needs, 50 typical peers?
I mean, yes and no. It depends on the service placement for the students and what their IEP says. And right now, we don't have as many typical peers as we actually need.
Because we have so many that we have to, by law, have to service.
No, that has nothing to do with it. People don't send their kids. Right now, they're just not sending them here if they're a typical peer. Typical peers are kiddos that come in, they don't have IEPs. They're designed to help our kids learn how to do things social behaviorally. People just aren't sending them here. So they're sending them to Goddard, they're sending them to other places. But for some reason or another, they're not sending them here. Now, what I've experienced in other districts is a lot of times, if people don't understand that model, you'll have people say, well, I don't want to send my kid to special ed preschool because they're not special ed. They don't always understand the concept of that.
Yeah, did we advertise this? I know for a couple of years we were advertising it. Did we advertise it this school year?
Not anything I have.
Okay.
From my
Because
predecessor.
typically we have been in the past advertising for those peer spots to be open.
So if we're mandated to take students, how does the costing work? Are there students that don't pay anything and there are students that do?
So in regards to paying, the typical peers pay $200 to attend.
Right.
The special ed kids, we cannot bill them legally. So they come and we provide them their services because they are found under Child 5 after the age of 3.
And what's our ratio of the typical peers to the special ed students?
It's supposed to be 50-50 or larger on the typical peer side, but right now we're not averaging that because we don't have the enrollment of typical peers. That's always the goal.
So we're not at 50-50. We're more weighted towards the special needs. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Am I good?
One more question. Is the pricing a barrier? Is that part of the problem that why we're not hitting the 50-50 mark? Because I know we had major increases. We went from 50 to 100 to 200. And do you think that affected our attendance from the typical student?
Not anything that I have to justify saying that's the cost. Most people never tell us why they're coming. They just don't come.
And keep in mind, these are monthly fees, not weekly fees. I think
no, I understand.
I think Adam looked at this, and weren't we among the lowest in Central Ohio?
Yes, definitely. Especially when it's 50 a month.
And where are we now?
I can get you that number, but I mean, we're still low. I mean, with the preschool. I mean, I know the neighboring districts up to 600, 500, 600 bucks a month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, if we need to fill the spots, maybe we need to get some advertising out there. So.
I think we need to get more data. I mean, to make a $1.75 million decision without any data to even support it, that's kind of a problem.
Well, Kathy, she said that we have 3 until we're full with our current classrooms, and 51 being evaluated, and historically it's been 95% of those. So we know we will have more than what we have slots for the special education students, if that's the data you're looking at. Now, as Mandy said, we still have to provide service for them, and that's through itinerant service. It might be going places to do that or bringing them in, but we're obligated to provide the service to all of the students who are qualified for that.
Okay, silly question maybe. Is that because we provide preschool? In other words, if we didn't have preschool, we're not mandated to have preschool, correct?
I think we are we not?
Can you go to the podium, please?
In the past several years, a lot has changed in regards to step up to quality and what the expectation is. So, for example, preschool is now covered under both Ohio Department of Education as well as Job and Family Services. So we have to have some sort of educational enrichment opportunity. Now, does it have to be a full preschool? That I do not know. But regardless, if a kiddo has an IEP at 3, we have to provide them services some way, shape, or form anyway. Whether it's at the library, somebody goes to their daycare, or here on property, we still have to provide them the service.
And do you know what the square footage requirement is per special education preschool student?
For the classroom? For the classroom?
Yes, ma'am.
There are preschool requirements for the classroom regardless. It doesn't have anything to do with being special ed. That comes from Job and Family Services. I'd have to look at the manual because they just updated it in the last school year.
So again, I'm saying we don't have enough data. We know that those classrooms are, what, about 810 square feet, the ones that we have now? So how many students would that hold if it was 16 to 1, which is standard for preschool?
I don't understand your question.
The classrooms that are designed on that sketch I just showed you in a typical setting would hold 26 students.
So we have 7 of those classrooms now, so that would be 26 times 7. I thought it was 16 actually, but we'll take your number times 7, right? Because we have 7 classrooms, and then times 2 because we do AM and PM, correct?
We do AM and PM, yes. Well, I think, Dave, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. But what I think he's saying is the physical space itself, if it was a regular classroom, would hold 26 kids. For fire code. However, there are certain requirements each classroom has to have as a preschool classroom. So, for example, it has to have a designated play area. It has to have station areas. So, in those rooms, that takes up space, which also limits the amount of kids you can get into that room. Consider that including that there's 3 adults in that room as well.
So, what is our current classroom size? Do we know that, square footage wise?
I can get that for you. I have it on the drawings.
Because it sounds like we've overbuilt classroom size. We built for 16, we're handling 10.
We didn't build these classes for preschool. This was Cruiser Academy, which housed high school kids before. Right. We converted it to a preschool center. And back to your earlier question, yes, we are required to provide special education services to eligible children who are 3 years to 5 years old, mandated in federal and state regulations.
Okay. So if we had, for instance, a 700-foot classroom right now, that could be 2 classrooms conceivably, I believe, right?
as far as special ed goes, I don't know all the requirements for special ed.
So there are three types of things. You have fire code, you have operating standards for special ed, and then you have preschool standards, which are from Job and Family Services. Sometimes those all align, like laws. Sometimes the laws counter to other laws. So it really just depends on which kids you're working with and what they're doing in those rooms is what it comes down to, how many people you can fit in there. Because you have to take into consideration, we have kids in wheelchairs too. That is also space prohibitive.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next slide, Nate. All right, last board meeting, we had a discussion regarding the water, the flooding at Middle School Central and Groveport Elementary. So just a quick update on that. It was asked that one of the requests I received from the board was, as far as an emergency response plan, I want to make everybody aware we have a maintenance employee who has what we call an on-call phone during all non-working hours. This phone is rotated amongst the employees on a weekly basis. So we always do have somebody on call in the event of an emergency. It was also mentioned about engaging with engineers and architects to look at a very permanent solution. So right now, I've had a civil engineering firm out. They've surveyed the site and they are now trying to convert the information that they've gathered into drawings. That was an update as of this morning, and I should have that information hopefully within the next week or two. Also, the architectural firm has been engaged, and they are looking at both cosmetic and structural issues as requested by the board for that space. One of the other things that was mentioned by the board was to contact the basement doctor. I did that and met with the basement doctor out there.
No, definitely didn't say the basement doctor. Big difference. Basement authority. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Basement authority has engineers. The basement doctor has voodoo. It's a big difference. They have springs and beams, and seriously, there's a huge difference. I'm sorry, there was confusion there, but no, not the basement doctor. Basement authority has professional engineers on staff. Sorry.
Okay, moving on. And then it was also mentioned that a communications timeline. So all of the times that are up on this screen are verified either through phone logs, through video, or through badge swipes. So when the maintenance department got the first call, our maintenance supervisor was on site within an hour and 20 minutes. He was dealing with flooding of his own in his own house. So he got there as quickly as he could. He got there, he went home to get some boots so he could go downstairs, called me, we discussed the situation. I spoke with the PTO at 5:09 and our other maintenance showed up on site, was able to get there by 5:35. So within a period of about 3 hours, we had 2 maintenance guys on site. So while dealing with the torrential downpours that we were getting at that time. Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, next we have student services.
All right, so the student services team has been able to enroll a lot of students since May, and we are continuing to enroll students. There was one question about what that number includes, and are you familiar with the term STOP status? So students who are enrolled under residency affidavit They are required by board policy to provide proof of residency yearly. And so they need a new residency affidavit, a current lease or mortgage, and a current gas or water electric bill to show that they live here. We're not an open enrollment school, so some of that number includes the students that were on stop, and now they were able to enroll once they came off stop. I just wanted to make sure that.
How does that work? How do you get, what makes you get on that stop list?
You have to have, if you're normally you're not on a lease. You live with someone else and you're not on the lease.
Okay. So like if you don't own your own home and you're living with somebody else and
right,
that puts you on that list.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
just
Because
wanted,
I know there's been a lot of questions. Why do I have to keep doing this every single year?
Yeah.
And I didn't understand exactly how you get on that list.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yes. So that I just wanted for you to understand we haven't enrolled a lot of students, but some of those students are coming off stop. And so we also are working with the nurses. We have full staff of nurses now, and right now they're training the principals and appropriate office staff to help with giving out medicines and whatnot. They have a whole list, and we have a spreadsheet to get everyone trained. And the last bullet, we are working with Nationwide Children's Hospital Open a Clinic. Now, when this was due, that was a temporary date was set, but we're still working on that, so that's very tentative. But we're working very closely with Nationwide to eventually end up in the old Priority 1 space.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Trace, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Group. As I put down, that we're still continuing to hire employees from our sub list that we collected at the job fair. But I am going to tell you this: this is probably going to be the last time you hear of the job fair. We've used several employees and placed them on put them as employees, and we have several that are subbing for us. But we're getting down to the list is pretty low now. So we're going to continue to advertise and make sure that we have employees that are coming into our application process. The HR department has also been dabbling a little bit with the frontline analysis analytics, program. There you go. As you can see, some of the things that we can do with it, we're still dabbling with it. This is basically employees by race trend. As you can see, we've been diversifying since 24 and 25 and 26 now. So we are just dabbling. I will tell you this. Go ahead, go to the next one. Also here you can see is a gender trend. One thing I will tell you, and go ahead and go to the next one and I'll just go from there. As you can see here with the no value, certified classified interns, substitutes, and supplementals. Well, one thing we're going to have to clarify is the information that we put in is only as good as the information we put in. So I'll give you an example, and I'm going to, if you don't mind, Ms. Gray, I'm going to use you. If you were at OU and we had an opportunity, one of the principals interviewed you, and they liked you, we would put you in a folder. We call it the hot folder that would be able to go in and have you come in for another interview in the building, and we would possibly hire you. However, if a couple months go by and then we were posting positions and you apply online, okay, and the principal sees your name and you come in, when you get hired and you go in and you say, I applied online, that doesn't show that we actually interviewed you at the schools, the recruiting trips, and which is very important to know that we're getting people from the recruiting trips. So we're going to have to work on trying to figure out why that isn't going to work, why it isn't working the way we want it to. So I just want to give you an example of some of the flaws of that we're going to have to get better at too, identifying some of these programs. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is approving the student handbook. Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the student handbook as attached.
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I had one thing on page 24, PowerPoint, page 25. It talks about, and it's 18A, aggressive physical contact. It has dress code as part of that. And it didn't make sense to me because there's already a section on the dress code for violation under 3A. So 3A violation on page 23 shows the dress code violation, but then it lists it under aggressive physical contact, and it says dress code i.e. dress code violation, and I felt that that should be removed. The other part, inappropriate language, cursing, inappropriate gestures, that's fine, but I just thought the dress code violation was kind of strange to me in there.
I would agree with that. Good catch, Liz.
Great catch, Libby.
Yeah,
We'll get that out before we put it out. That's not supposed to be in there, and I appreciate you catching it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
So, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed that on, it's like page 69, 70, 71, and 72, the form is covering up the language, and I thought, well, it would be nice to see the language instead of just this big form covering everything up.
You know what? I had the same question, Kathy. But the point is that we have it and they're on final forms and you can see the form on final forms. And we didn't want to confuse people.
So the printed handbook would not have this covered, correct?
Right, because we need people to go to final forms, read it, say that they read it, sign that they read it, and then move forward.
I gotcha. So you're concerned that they might use these paper forms instead and think it's done.
Correct.
Okay.
And I had the same question myself, and then it made sense once they told me. But don't we need to see it to approve it? Shouldn't we be reading it to approve it?
None of these are highlighted yellow. I'm assuming that they weren't changed.
Thank you. No,
That
we're
was
not
my
changing. In other words,
understanding,
we're not
that only the
changing.
yellow was
Right.
changing.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought.
Thank you. Got it.
And it's basically just a communication device with cell phones, looks like to me.
Well, there was a lot of.
Smartwatches, all that.
It just had a lot of like people's names, positions have changed, and things like that.
If it would be helpful, we can get these copies printed for you without the sample over it. I mean, we could do that.
I don't need it because I'll just go online and look at it.
And have these already been distributed? We're just doing this? I mean,
Yes, all of them are in final forms, and families and students have signed off that they read them or understand them. We were waiting on the cell phone policy to add it to the student handbook, as well as what you said, Libby, update the titles and names. So we're a little late with the handbook because of the cell phone policy, but schools have been moving forward and final forms has been working great. Thank you.
Any other discussion? On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirsten?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Treasurer recommends the Groveport Madison Local Board of Education approve the minutes for the July 8th, 2025 and August 12th, 2025 regular meetings.
So moved.
I'll second. On to discussion.
I would just point out again that we don't have attachments to these many minutes. Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
No.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion fails.
Superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following classified personnel items as outlined on the attachment.
So moved.
Second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
The superintendent recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the following certificated personnel items as outlined on the certificate board attachment.
So moved.
Second. On to discussion. Hearing none, on to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
Ms. Walsh.
So I haven't had a chance to because I just got this packet. So I'm going to say no. Thank you.
No.
Because of that.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve payment in lieu of transportation reimbursement. Ohio law allows for public school districts to determine the impracticality of transporting resident students attending schools not located within the district after consideration of a number of factors. Upon that determination, the school district is permitted to offer payment in lieu of transportation to the parent or guardian. The transportation department has completed studies and the resident in the affected areas will be offered payment in lieu of for
And I updated it according to 2526.
for 2025-2026 school year. The initial list of families being offered payment in lieu of transportation are attached as executive content since it lists the students' names.
So moved.
Second. On to discussion.
So did these families request the payment in lieu? Or do you know?
Nope, we go through the 6 items that's listed below, and if it's deemed to be impractical, they're offered a payment in lieu.
Thank you.
Yep.
On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
Ms. Gray,
Aye.
and Ms. Walsh.
No.
Motion passes.
All right, the superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached special education contracts, and there are a bunch.
So moved.
Second. On
I'm
to
actually
discussion.
gonna, if there are questions, I'll have Mandy come back up, but there are, I think we have, is it 18 contracts tonight? Oh,
So I do have a couple questions, and that is, hold on, I'll get those to you. When you look at these contracts, one of them for News Story is a contract that we approved in, I think it was the April 22nd meeting, maybe. And that is the one on the second page and the first one down, actually, from, not the one, but this one.
It's the IDP agreement for the in-school.
Yes.
Okay.
So
IDP.
that is a continuing contract, and it is for, is that the one? Yeah. $2 million, $2 million something for 36 students. And it's like if you have 36 students, but it doesn't matter if you have less than 36 students. So, and then we have other news story contracts. So I was very confused by that. So could you explain that, please?
Happily. So the one that you're speaking of is for 4,500 in the News Story Collaborative. The other ones are specific kids in general that are being serviced right now. So they're both News Story. It's just 2 different buckets, if that makes sense. All of our kids that go to News Story have to have their contracts approved in every school year. So for example, somebody's been there since 3rd grade. Every school year we have to bring it to the board again to be reapproved to make sure that we are authorizing and setting aside that level of funding for that kiddo. Now they do, once it opens, they will go together and we'll actually save money on those kids because they become New Story Groveport kids and stop being New Story Columbus kids. But in the meanwhile, we have to pay the higher portion until that opens. Am I explaining that good, Adam?
One other thing to note on page 8, there's a reference to Jamie Angelini. We'll have that corrected to Mandy.
Yes.
So I would want that pulled out of this, pulled out of all of these contracts and voted on separately. Like I said, we already voted on that, so I'm not sure why we're voting on it for a second time. And we don't have that facility at this point. And there's nothing in the contract that says that these other contracts are taken out of that dollar amount. It's very confusing, right?
Okay, so we need a motion to pull it out, correct?
I don't think we need a motion to pull it
No,
out. but
just pull it out.
Just pull it out. All right.
And which,
Okay.
One other question, if we're done, are we done with that discussion?
which one's worth one out? Just the one? The New Story IDP.
That's like a separate, it's the same as what we voted on.
So how many students do we have participating with Dreams on Horseback? And is that during school or is that an after-school activity?
So that is something that I inherited when I got here from my predecessor. We actually cut it in half this school year. One of the concerns that I had is it's one school building and it was 10 kids max. They were going 10 times a year and it was off site. So we have transportation costs and then they were actually going to that facility. This school year, given the constraints that are going on this in the financial piece of special ed, as well as the fact that there's not as many kids being able to receive that option, we cut it in half and let the teacher know that next year we're more than happy to help her find grant opportunities for that, but that we can't fund something that only benefits one building with only a certain set of kids. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm trying to follow and some of the things get scrambled here. So we've cut back from 10 students to 5 now.
We've cut back from 10 visits to 5.
Oh, gotcha. And they are during the school day and we're transporting? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And how many new story contracts do we have? Students for New Story currently?
You mean going to New Story currently? It has nothing to do with 4,500. It was 11 last I looked this morning.
That New Story provides services for.
This morning I had 11 and 2 of them are medically fragile, so they are homebound. So they don't actually go to that story. New Story sends people out to them.
And Adam, how do they bill New Story? Because
Monthly.
I know, but under what name? Because I noticed on the check registry that one year there was just New Story that was 2025 current.
I think they're called Hogland. I think
they were
before.
Hogland.
I think it was
Yeah,
Hogland.
okay.
Now it's New Story.
All right.
And now the learning spectrum falls under that umbrella too.
Yeah, the
So
learning
Hogland was Hogland, then it was New Story and Empower.
Right.
Now it's New Story Empower and TLS, the learning spectrum.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
I learned of Dreams on Horseback through the Rotary, and the Rotary backs them pretty substantially. So that may be an area the Gahanna Rotary may be willing to sponsor kids. What are the criteria? How do we pick who we send through that program?
I do not have any idea how that even came to be. This was something that had been going on since Mitzi Boyd was here. So when we looked at it and it was that number of kids at only one location, that wasn't equitable.
I can tell you from my experience that they are exceedingly effective for nonverbal autistic children because they have horses that respond only to voice commands, and the kids want those horses to go. So we've seen kids that have been nonverbal most of their life and in weeks are talking and reading, and so it's an awesome program. But like I said, you might want to reach out to the Rotary and some other organizations like that. Dreams on Horseback is very well known, so I hope you won't have problems finding sponsors.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kirshner.
Real quick, can you? So we.
So we pulled out the one.
Yep.
So everything else is good. We just pulled out the one IDP.
Are we voting for that one first?
we'll vote for all the rest of them first, and then we'll vote for the IDP one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will need you to clarify what I am about to vote on, please.
We're voting on 21 contracts because we put out the one new story IDP. So we're voting on the
Oh,
basic.
I did have one more question. I apologize. A lot of them say Amendment C and to a Amagus, maybe?
Amerigus?
Is that it?
Amerigus?
Amerigus, but there's no Amerigus contract in there. So it just is addendum C, but no contract.
So my notes that I have from Ms. Angelini is that the major contract was approved in the spring.
Master.
The master contract. So then as we employ those people through Emergis, then we get the addendum Cs to show where are they going and what are they doing.
So I looked for it. I was unable to find it. Do you know what meeting that was?
I don't know. Off my head.
Is that it?
All right, so now we're voting on 21. Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So now we're gonna, superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the attached contract of new story IDP agreement.
So moved.
Second.
So my question is again, why are we bidding on a contract that we already have? We bid on it, we voted on it on April of this year. And it's for 25-26 school year. It doesn't make sense to be voting on this again. April 22nd is when we voted on it. It's the exact same contract. And it's just duplicating what we paid in new story. It just doesn't make any sense.
Because Mandy looks like you don't know us. So with Mandy just sugarcoated she doesn't know, so I think we can just maybe we should go through the motion.
I motion that we table.
There we go.
This new story contract.
Okay.
Can I just hold on a second? I'm gonna. What meeting did you say it was?
April.
April 22nd. Is there a meeting?
That was a student advisory meeting. On the 22nd. The 23rd special meeting?
Said I know that the date of it, same date.
Special education contract. That was a Soliant. That was Soliant.
It was an autism contract.
Oh, the
It's
autism
April.
contract. There we go.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, I'm good
I'll
with
put that in the notes. But
Yeah.
It's the same. And
Yeah.
Okay, so April, when was that? April 23rd?
Yeah.
23rd. Okay. April 23rd.
So is that the same contract, or are you saying that's a different part of the contract?
It's exactly.
She says exact same. Okay.
Okay.
So we're looking to table it now.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. So table the motion. Kathy first. Seth second.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kirschner.
Yes.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I do want to ask you, Adam, if that contract, with that contract, does that mean we're on the hook for $2-some million and it doesn't matter what else we pay to them this year for our other students?
No. Again, like Mandy said, there's new story students and there's new story students for us. So it's two different types of kids going to new story.
Correct. But if we don't have any students going there, are we going to have to pay that?
We're going to have to pay that no matter what. But like I said, we talked to Mandy. We're going to fill that here in October.
So we could have no students going.
We already have students. We already have 26 or 29 already. We'll fill up the other 7 or 8. Yeah, we have Pickerington, Whitehall. No, yeah, Pickerington, Whitehall, Canal, Hamilton, and us. And Columbus wants to get involved, but we don't think we'll have the spots for them.
And they pay more than what?
And they pay, correct. Remember, this was the savings we were talking about, right? That we get this up and running, and we'll have savings per kid. Yeah, so we're almost all
And
full
then you
now.
can do a report for us,
Yep.
analysis on everything.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And real quick, not all of the kids in a new story will be at our campus
Right,
because we're not taking the most severe needs. So we will still have additional new story contracts that are going to be bound. Yet
Like
we don't
tier
have tier
four.
4 here.
Tier 4 may still go to new store because we just can't house them here.
Or they're being serviced at the home.
At homebound or
Yeah.
by another organization.
Right.
Okay, based on some previous conversation, I would like to remove item 8 from our agenda tonight.
So you want to add a motion to
Do
table?
I, do I need any approval to not recommend item 8?
It can fail for lack of a motion.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do it that way.
Why don't we just move? Is it better just to have it on the and vote on it? Yeah.
All right. So I'll make a motion to remove item 8 from the agenda. Or
no, to remove it.
Remove?
We've already,
To remove it. Right. Yes.
we've already approved the agenda though, right? So wouldn't we table it?
Can you come up, please? Thank you.
Either way works.
You could do several different things, but probably the cleanest thing to do at this point, since the agenda was already approved, is have the superintendent recommend tabling and then a motion to table.
Okay. All right, so I will amend my motion to table item 8.
Does that allow it to come back at a future time?
So you don't have a set time when it's going to come back when you do it that way.
Okay.
But yes, you can bring it back.
Yes, that's what we make sure. All right, thank you.
So the superintendent recommends that we table item 8 on the agenda.
Okay, and I modify my amendment to table item 8.
Second.
Any discussion?
So Seth first, John second.
Yep.
To table. Okay. All right, Mr. Kirshner?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
Aye.
Mrs. Gray?
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
All right, motion passes.
Superintendent
And I would also like to say that I sent out a thing about information. I want a lot more data when this comes back around. Analysis, how it fits in with our long-term plan and everything. We need a lot more information. Thank you. Sorry, Seth.
All good.
Superintendent recommends the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the Groveport Madison High School band trip to Wilmington, Ohio.
So moved.
Second.
And John and Letty? Okay.
Yep. Any discussion? On to roll call, please.
Ms. Walsh?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
Aye.
Mr. Bauer?
I'm going to abstain. My son is in the marching band.
Okay. And Mr. Kirshner? Yes.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Sorry, when you go out of order with the deaf guy, that's what happens.
That's all right. All right, on to H, Treasurer's Agenda.
Yep. All right. Nate, good to go? I think we got it working. Got a new cable. There we go. Okay. So again, this is the month of August. This is where we get our big property tax bill. As you can see, the first two slides, I can make this bigger too. Since we don't need all of that, make it bigger. You guys see it so you're not squinting. So as you see, August, we get remember August and March, or sometimes April if they're late, we get our tax settlements this year. Those two top figures, if you look at them, a little over 20 million. Actually, this is a little bit lower than I was anticipating. So I have a call into Franklin County right now. When I first got it, I got a call into them, and they said that the refunds were a lot higher, by about $250,000 this year, which means refunds back to the taxpayers. But I was still a little bit light. So as soon as I get that information from them, because they're looking into it, because we actually went down in my revenue. I mean, we actually went down $750,000 from last year. So everybody says our property tax is going higher and stuff like that. We actually lost $750,000 from last year. But they're looking into it because they think that's kind of weird. But they did say that one thing is the refunds were, I think last year they were 30,000. This year they're 250,000, and that's just refunds going back to people who were doing the refund. Our utilities actually went up. All the loss came in like residential and commercial. So
For delinquent.
delinquencies are up a little bit too. But I mean, in the past couple of years, I was going up on 7,000. So I'm not only up 750. I'm down 750, which is worrisome. But I got a call in, like I said, she got better refunds. I saw that. But yeah, they're looking more into it on how that can possibly be. Property taxes going up for everybody.
Yeah.
So as soon as I get the information, maybe they didn't go up so much. I don't know. But yeah, so hopefully there's something, but they still haven't got back to me yet. But other than that, the unrestricted grants and aid hit my number, 3.4 plus the 600,000, and then our property tax allocation was wrong. I can go through those salaries, benefits, 8 million. So we profited, our revenue over expenditures are almost 18 million still. So that's still good. So that kind of is that slide again. Once I get the information from them, I will share it with the board. Charter receipts again. This one, of course, the big piece of the pie is the property taxes. As you can see, with almost 17.8 million, and then 2.7 for personal property. Expenditures again, like always, 77% is personnel and employees' retirement and insurance. Then you got some purchase services and a little bit of supplies. No, it fluctuates. Sometimes we'll get like remember like last month supplies were like 900,000. So it's anywhere between 73 and 80% is that. So yeah. Again, change prior you can see. I mean, as you see, we're down 740,000 from last year. But our change of property taxes, like I said, the utilities went up $500,000. But still, how's residential and commercial go down 750,000? I get it. 250,000. There's claim of refunds, but don't understand it. So, like I said, as soon as I get back with me with the answer, I will get it to you, and hopefully there's an answer, and we'll get the money later. Because it just seems odd to me. Everything else kind of flows with it. 3.01 salary amounts. 3.04 was actually went down. Supply costs in last year, so this one's a little bit lower because if you remember, we had a big supply cost last month, so this one's a little bit lower. Kind of evens out. And then capital outlay was lower. Because we didn't buy as many buses and stuff. And networking was last year. They were networking. That's why that was a huge decrease of $700,000 from last year. And then this year we have not had to transfer out this year with the 1.2. So that is the difference in the change year from last August to this August.
So how are we on? Are we still tracking abatements? And
yeah, that's all. Yes, and as soon as like I said, I think hopefully that's part of it. But
the abatements should. Some of those abatements should be coming off.
Should be coming off. But Carrie Ritchie's really great. I mean, I've worked with her for 22 years, my previous district, and she was confused.
Okay.
So yes,
all right.
Hopefully there's a good explanation. It's just not property taxes went down, because that would be news. No, Carrie Ritchie's the Franklin County auditor, and I've worked with her over 22 years when I was at my previous district, and she was very confused at why property taxes went down. So, sorry.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the priest, yeah. Good point. So let me get off of that. Let me go back to the board agenda. Item number 2, I have a motion. Treasurer recommends that the Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education approve the permanent appropriations.
So moved.
I'll second. I have Mrs. Gray as first, me as second. On to discussion.
And again, this is we did temporaries already earlier this year. This is actually permanent, so we make sure we pay the bills, pay salaries, which is always important.
Has anything changed from the temporary?
A little bit, because temporary we didn't know all of our grant numbers, and we don't know exactly in July. We don't know exactly the numbers, so it went up a little bit, but it's in line with my 5-year forecast. That's the big thing. Because temporary is kind of temporary, but this is in line with my 5-year forecast. Okay.
On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Mrs. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mr. Kirschner.
Aye. Motion passes.
And the final thing I have here is just make an update to the admin office hour, the DSC. Right now we have a transportation person in the column where it says like supervisor, treasurer's office and stuff. And instead of just keep adding on names, I just want to add transportation to that column. I can pull it up here so you guys can see it. So instead of keep on it, because right now, remember, CBS is paying for this person. And remember also by November 1st, CBS could be paying for another payroll person. So instead of saying, payroll person, this and that, if we just put transportation under the treasurer's office, supervisor, tech, maintenance, EMIS, then we don't have to keep adding names.
So you're adding a new level or
Yes.
a new column?
Nope,
or
nope. It's just
just
adding
adding it
transportation
to
to that treasurer's
Gotcha.
office, supervisor, tech, EMIS, maintenance. Just add transportation. So I don't have to do liaison and then payroll and all that. It's just going to say transportation. It's the treasurer's office, supervisor, tech, EMIS, maintenance. That column, I'm just adding transportation in there, so it covers all the people in transportation. And so we don't have to
Adding the word.
adding the word. Right. It's no more money. We're not putting in 8 steps, so we're done doing that. It's just adding the word transportation in this right here. That right here. We're just adding the word transportation.
And everything's
Yeah, no money's
and
nothing else
everything's
changes.
staying the same.
Yes.
Right.
We're just adding the word transportation.
And why do you want to do that?
Oh,
Easier for
Because
you?
it'd be easier, but remember CBS is paying for one this year.
So
Sorry.
moved.
I'll second.
Let me read the motion. Sorry.
Yeah, all right.
Sorry. The treasurer recommends that the Grove Madison Board of Education approve of adding transportation to the treasurer's office, supervisor, tech, maintenance, and EMS column.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry. Yeah.
So this doesn't change anything as far as us understanding who we're approving or who's working over there,
No.
et cetera.
Yep. Correct. Tanya Williams is working over there, but remember we could add like I said, another payroll position. So I just don't want to keep adding words to this. If we just put transportation on there, that covers everybody.
So are you saying by changing this, we could add transportation people without us knowing it?
No. That always come before you be hired, obviously.
Okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh,
Aye.
Mrs. Gray,
Aye.
Mr. Bauer,
Aye.
and Mr. Kirschner.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Superintendent recommends Groveport Madison Schools Board of Education go into executive session to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, or in the investigation of charges and complaints against a public employee, official, licensee, or regulated individual, unless the individual requests a public hearing for Ohio Revised Code 121.22 G1.
So moved.
Second. On to roll call, please.
Mr. Kirschner. Aye. Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
And Ms. Walsh.
Aye.
Motion passes. It is 9:47 and we are in executive session.
guess it's the tan. Yes.
Yes.
10:46, and we have returned from executive session on to item K, comments, announcements, and other business, and we've got an update on legislative bills.
Yeah, Libby asked me to talk about this, me and Jamie, so I'm gonna talk about it. Again, these are just bills introduced, nothing's happened yet, but they could be not good for public education. House Bill 420 eliminates continuing levies to ensure each generation has an opportunity to vote on the taxes they pay. Discontinues existing continuing levies after tax year 2029. So obviously, all of ours are continuing. That would obviously would have no funding then from property taxes. So.
And the other one that they've had is the get rid of property
And
might go on the ballot.
may go on about yes, they're probably of course they don't have any way to fund. The problem with that one is fire, roads, bridges, like everything. Like so, I don't know, they got to come up with something. The other one is House Bill 421, which is this bill to create a process that allows citizens who believe inside millage is too high to send the issue to a ballot. So this is kind of getting rid of property taxes. And then the third one, it talks about the increased approval threshold for tax levies. So if the levy is under 1 mil, would just be a simple majority. Levies between 1 and 1.9 mils would require 60% majority, and levies 2 mils or higher would need 66%. So I mean, 66%. I don't know how many bills would ever pass or levies would ever pass for 66%. I mean, that would be. And most levies are over 2 mils. I mean,
Yeah, and my thought was if they get rid of all the continuing,
then you have no.
then you have nothing, and everybody's gonna have to get 66% to put all of that back on.
Yes. So that's three bills introduced now, and again, I don't like property taxes, but like, gotta pay for stuff somehow. So anyways, that's three bills that they brought up, and so I did some research on and stuff. So we'll see.
I read that in that one article that we get every week. We get from OSBA, and that was brought in, and I was just like, oh my goodness, this could eliminate public education completely.
Yeah, because as you saw, property taxes are what my 5-year forecast about almost probably half my budget.
Yeah,
it's just gone.
Yeah,
right. But anyways, that's.
But thank you for doing that. Appreciate it.
I just had two quick things. One is it seemed like the cell phone policy between the middle schools and the high school, the way they track is a little ad hoc. I don't know if maybe it's worth considering standardizing between the schools so that staff is more familiar.
So the middle schools are actually doing this before this year already.
Right.
And keep in mind they're 500 students and the high school's over 2,000. So I think we can have consistency between the middle schools.
Right. Okay.
Well, I can say that I spoke to them about as we were talking about implementing this, and they have worked real close with their building leadership team, and they're doing what their school likes.
Okay.
So we talked about doing a consistent document or form, but then they went back and they like the way they do it at each of their schools. So why, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Then the other thing is the closed captioning is really maddening. If you could, it's hard for me to know. I don't know if there's a better AI platform or something to help with that. I also think maybe it would be helpful if the people speaking could see what I'm seeing. And maybe if it's on the screen or maybe there's a screen up there, because if you all could see what I'm seeing, it would make it a lot better. Because it's so. I mean, I don't want to keep interrupting. And you saw the stuff I'm seeing. I have no idea what's being said. So
If it's not great, and it seems to be when somebody stands away from the mic.
Soft-spoken people, quick-talking people, or just terms that like abbreviations and things that I don't know what they are, and then it turns it into David or whatever. So a lot of times it's little used words or people talking really fast and soft. But regardless, it jumbles. It creates some really hard to follow information. So.
It is really, really bad. And the other problem is not knowing who's speaking from one person starts and one person stops. I have no idea. I would like to request a assisted listening device because I really am having a very hard time following some of this stuff. And when I noticed that, I just want to, okay, try.
We did have one of our vendors offer to come in and hook that loop up for free. I don't know why it never happened. But yeah, she should have that here. It's been sitting here forever. Anyway, that's it for me.
So if I'm just curious that if I have this where I'm using it, where'd this go? Oh crap, wait a minute, hold on. So I was just curious. Yeah, see, so if we use, do you see that, Libby? If we use the board docs and then we just push, you can usually microphone push. I don't know what the sequence is for this, but on Zoom calls, when I do those or Google Meets, I push the button, the space bar and speak. But if you look at this, it tells you who's speaking. So there's a way to do it.
It says the state farm speaks.
Well, that's
It's
probably
like
picking
it's
it up
picking
from
two
somebody
people
else.
up.
I don't know, but it's obvious there's a way to do it because they're showing me when I'm speaking. It's showing both actually, because the microphone over there is picking me up. That's why it's showing both. But if we had it set up where it's just picking up the one person, then you would see who's speaking and it would make a big difference. And it might even be clearer because you're speaking right into the microphone that is being used, not across the room picking it up. That's all I'm saying. So.
That was Google Meet.
No.
Oh, that's YouTube.
Board docs.
Oh, that's board doc.
It's actually in our board docs. So here's that. See, it's picking up both. Well, now it's just picking up me. Not that's no both. Because the one over there, Nate's or one of those over there is also on, or that one right there in front of us is on, but that's across the room. I don't know if it's as good. It appears to be a little delayed. So I'm just saying, I know there's ways to fix it and we need to figure that out.
Okay. See if, yeah, anyone have any? I just have one. The kudos to the staff at the football games. Last two have been amazing. No issues, right? I have not seen anything. Everyone seemed like they were having fun. Yeah, knock on wood. But no, so great job to all of the staff.
And I forgot. We get an update on what happened to middle school north, the loading dock area where the bricks got taken and the wall got taken down?
Was it Brad or Belk? One of the delivery trucks backed into it. They came in and reported. They have insurance, so we'll get it repaired.
Anytime that happens, it's better to hear from the district than the public. So let us know when that happens, if you don't mind.
All right.
I would like to say congratulations to all the students to a great start of the school year. We haven't heard any bad things about fights. It appears they're basically following our cell phone policy, and yay, kudos to them, right? And the staff too, because obviously they've been doing a bang up job.
Yep.
All right, on to adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Who wants second?
Second.
We'll do John first and Kathy second. On to roll call, please.
Mrs. Walsh.
Aye.
Ms. Gray.
Aye.
Mr. Bauer.
Aye.
And Mr. Kershaw.
Aye.
It is 10:55 and we are adjourned.
Good stuff from the doctor. And that's why